Mic test. Let's get it. No, jungle. Isoban.
You would last the day in the void.
Damn.
Fired up and ready to serve.
Why did I go Blitzcrank? He doesn't have a good clear. Oh well. I should have like picked something else, man. Like a Fury. I don't play in the Fury. I don't know why the fuck I went Blitzcrank. I don't know why I went Blitzcrank, bro.
Welcome to Nexus Blitz.
Yeah, I don't know why I picked Blitzcrank. I forgot I'm jungle. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I don't know why I went Blitz.
A rolling golem gathers no rust.
Oh well, we'll see how this goes. Are you with David or no?
Precisely.
Damn, dude. I'm still here, bro. Oh fuck. I'm still here. Not like I left. Oh, you want a gank? Gank.
Enemy slain.
Oh no. You can come through, bro. See you later.
Enemy slain.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he's home. Sweet.
An event will start.
I'm gonna go back.
As long as it takes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Face off with the enemy in a series of duels. Enemy slain. You have been slain. Double kill.
They're over here. Oh, nice. The fuck?
Double kill.
Nice.
An ally is on fire. They're a towering inferno.
Ooh, Briar versus Briar. You missed. Oh my god, you missed! Oh, that's awkward. No, you have to fight. How did she miss, bro?
Team
Oh,
emerges
no.
victorious.
Man, this Bryce not good.
Your team has been beaten. Enemy slain.
I remain focused. As long as it takes.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Thank you for the blue buff. All I needed. Are you kidding me? How did that miss?
The magic calls to me.
An ally is on fire.
See ya.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, thanks for the honey fruit.
As long as it takes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Paranoia! Hope you're not afraid of the dark.
A rolling golem gathers no rust. Precisely. The magic calls to me.
See ya.
Dominating. Shut down. Double kill.
Oh man,
Battle Royale.
that's guilt there. Where to go here?
Your team's base now has a champion cannon.
Um. Hey, vision here, bro. Don't let them get the rift.
Shut down.
Oh well, Olaf is pushing.
Enemy slain.
He's gonna die to Olaf.
Ally slain. Enemy slain. Ally slain. Enemy slain. An event will start in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. DPS check. Let's see those numbers. An ally is on fire. There is power in Inferno. Enemy slain. Double kill. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I can only go there.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah.
Ally slain.
Let's get rift. you later, dude. I got him. This is too funny. I can't believe he managed to pull that off, man. 'Cause I got used to being picked lane. I didn't see that I was jungle until the last minute. I was like, oh shit. Oh yeah, by the way, the hero was pretty good, man. I like it. Bro, I was so annoyed on the train. One, it was hella packed. Like, it was full house on the New Jersey Transit. It was so packed. And then, like, I was trying to get off the train. I was like, excuse me, right? I need to get off. So this one guy, like, because there's like a three seat row. So this guy was trying to move, but this fucking bitch wouldn't move, bro. Oh my god, man. She couldn't even move to the damn side. She was already and there's space for her to like get up, move aside so I can get up. But then the guy had to like squeeze in between her, like in front of her, and then I had to squeeze, like, you know, these fucking people are so petty, man. Sometimes like people piss me off. So fucking petty. Like I really don't care like what it is, man. Cause she had space to fucking get up and move. I can get up. Like what does she think? Like her seat is gonna be stolen? The fuck is that, man? I don't know. But people are just something else. Like they're not fucking born in this planet. They're born somewhere else. I don't know. Creatures, man. Or mutants. Mutants in the train. I'm like rolling the VOD from JDGKT so I can get like the rewards. Until T1 plays at 3. Nice hook, yeah. I don't know, today seems like David had a good time, but at the same time, like something's bothering him. Maybe because like I don't know, like he doesn't want to live in Philly, and I could see it, I could sense that he's like alone. And I get like he doesn't have somebody, a companion, girlfriend, whatever.
You wouldn't last a day in the void.
But hey, like I don't have somebody, and I'm doing all right, even though it's I know, yeah, still. How the fuck did he get that emote? What is that?
Fired up and ready to serve.
We got Mecha Godzilla again. Oh world. Just on net for hell fucking no, dude. I just read like fucking 20 pages. 20 pages of the fucking assignment you gave. Now you want us to read a damn poem. David might move back here sometime soonish. Yeah, he was talking about like how I want to be his roommate, but like I told him that I want to graduate college first because I'm a junior right now and find a decent job. And that's the first thing cuz like I recently just got off, not recently, but like 2 years ago I just got off a relationship. That's why I'm here in New Jersey, just to like reset my mindset again. It's everything. I used to live with my girl back in Brooklyn, but you know, that's fucking life.
Pull up a seat and dig in for a fight. It's time for Nexus Blitz.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh shit. Okay.
Precisely.
God damn you.
Minions have spawned.
As long as it
Fuck.
takes.
Get him. Oh my god, flash. Oh my god.
The magic calls to me.
Oh, this little sly bitch. Alright, I'm going bot. But you know what? I'll go here. Does he know? Does he know? That's what you get, bitch. That's what you get. Yo, let me know, dude. What? How much the rent and all that, like. Cause I really don't have time to do the viewing cause my schedule. I have no days off. Like, if I'm not going to school, I'm going to work, and if I'm not going to work, I'm going to school. Yeah, someone's here. Someone's here. Oh, actually, nah, dude.
Precisely. Ha 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 ha.
Alright, I'm just gonna back.
I remain
Wait a minute. This is not the build I want. This one. I'm still going the right path. The right build path.
Rampage. An ally is on fire. Set the world alight.
I think you're going.
Shut down. Ally slain.
Can save you.
Enemy double kill.
precisely.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As long as it takes.
Protect your scuttle and attack the enemies.
I don't know what they're doing.
Enemy slain. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Enemy slain. Double kill. Enemy slain.
Yes, we won.
Victorious.
Yes. Yes.
Your team's defense
1800 for a two-bedroom? Okay. Oh, you don't know how long it'll last? And that's in Liberty, right? Oh, you want to join in? Fuck. Yeah, this fucking bitch is fucking annoying.
An ally is on fire. Ally slain. Enemy slain.
Like a block away. Oh. I mean, I would love to live back in New York again.
As long as it takes.
Cause now, like, if I live in New York again, bro, now fun begins. You know that's gonna hook you, brother. This little fucking friends game saved the day. Where do you think you're going?
You have been slain. Ally slain.
Dead.
Double kill.
Yeah. Now I can like stay up late and, you know, chill, go out, but
Magic
yeah.
calls to me.
I do miss it. It's like nothing to do here in Jersey, man. But all I do, like when I'm off, like, I just play League,
30 seconds.
or go to the gym, spend time with my family, like that. That's about it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Settle down now, there, Belvet. Nice job.
Attack the wandering enemy for gold. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill. The enemy team has received a buff.
Precisely.
Shut down.
Exterminate.
Enemy slain. Shut down. Enemy slain.
Nice.
You have been
Oh fuck.
slain.
Yeah, you suck. You'll never be as good as me with Blitz.
I remain focused.
Rampage. An ally is on fire. They're a towering inferno.
Metal is harder than flesh.
Ally slain. Ally slain.
Gather no rust.
Ally slain.
Oh my fucking god. I thought I would like escape right there.
Ten, 9, 8,
King of the hill.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Capture the control point.
Breathe my sleep.
Oh my god, I just died. Nice. Yeah, they got that one. Yeah, they got that one.
Blue team is king of the hill. The enemy team has summoned the Pearl King.
Followed is a more alternative. The magic calls to me.
Ooh. What?
Rolling golem gathers no rust.
Stupid fuck. Do you not realize I'm AP?
Shut down.
Okay, nice. Do you not realize that I'm AP? I'm not sure if I can kill him.
Rampage. An ally is on fire.
King rolling golem gathers no rust.
Shut down.
Nice.
Double kill.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's
Your team has
unlucky.
destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The magic calls to me.
And this bullshit. Nice, good hit. Oh my god! Sanity.
Will begin soon.
Oh, oh,
Shut down.
oh, Gino.
Shut down. Ace.
I remain focused.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Arise, Nexus. Sudden death.
Rolling golem gathers no rust.
Oh my fucking god, man.
Ally slain. Shut down. Shut down. Enemy slain. Ally slain. Shut down. You have been slain.
Ah,
Enemy slain. Enemy slain.
I'm gonna blast through that shit. Oh, never mind. He blasted through it.
I remain focused.
Shut down. Ally slain.
Come on, dude.
Enemy killing spree. You have been slain.
Game 2 now. We maximize this. Game 2. Star Guardian Syndra? Let's do again. If you want to beat, you'll have to beat the best. That's what Faker said too. Damn. Yeah, and run them over. The team that T1 fans won at the World Championship. Gala will not have it. LNG make their way to their quarterfinals. Ooh. The last day of the quarterfinals now begins. Faker, sorry, but I'll be the one advancing. Cal, good luck.
Fired up and ready to
I'm
serve.
sure that's the Pantheon support or top. Oh yeah. It's a Pantheon support. This is an Everfrost game. Oh wait, after this game, we can watch the game. Fucking stupid.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Precisely.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We got you, bitch.
I remain focused.
Dead.
First blood.
That's one.
Minions have spawned.
He flash, I think.
As long as it takes. Bone is a poor alternative.
I don't want those.
Need more power. Fully charged. Heads up. A gift from Zahn.
The magic calls.
Damn it.
Amped up.
Precisely.
That's my cue.
An ally has been slain.
Stand up. Face me again.
I remain focused.
You got the kill, buddy.
As long as it takes.
You didn't give it to Vayne. I don't know what you're laughing about. Ignite.
An enemy has been slain.
A rolling golem
An
gathers.
ally has been slain.
Oh, damn. He's low.
An ally has been slain.
This little rat is low. I kind of want to risk this.
The magic calls to me.
I kind of want to just risk it. He's not there. Damn. Oh, Eason's over here.
Precisely.
There you go.
I remain focused. As long as it takes. A rolling golem gathers no rust.
An enemy has been slain. slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm not messing around. Not a chance. Here it comes.
An enemy has been slain.
Electrocute. Out of my way.
Quick is here, fledgling.
Running on empty. What's up? Spark's ready.
Precisely. I remain focused. As long as it takes.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Spark's ready.
An enemy has been slain.
Pretty good, man.
The
Pretty good.
magic calls to me. Precisely. I remain focused. As long as it takes.
Nuh-uh. Spark's ready.
A rolling golem gathers no rust.
Fully charged.
The time of man has come to an end.
Amped up. Spark's ready. Shock 'em.
The magic calls to me.
What?
Running on empty.
Okay, bro.
Come on, charge already.
Back in.
Shut down.
Fully charged.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Hey, you. Thought you were backing there.
It's up to me.
As long as it takes.
Amped up.
A rolling golem gathers no rust.
Unload. Surprise!
You're leaving.
Fully charged. Electric. Here it comes.
The magic
Killing spree.
Like that. All in.
You have been slain.
Oh my god, man. They wasted so much. They wasted so much
precisely.
just to kill us both. Or just to kill me. Especially. Wasted so much.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, damn. I'm coming.
As long as it takes.
Killing spree.
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Double kill. Turret plating will fall soon.
A rolling golem gathers no rust.
Let it go.
Rampage.
See you later. Bye-bye, Vayne. Nice moves, Vayne.
Calls to me.
A gift from Zod.
Shut down.
You can do all that movement, but it only takes one lucky punch for you to knock out,
Fully charged.
or one lucky hook.
Electrocute.
Oh, you serious? That missed?
Incoming. I'm not messing around. Surprise.
Back in, dude. Oh, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. No mana. You gotta dip. They could go in. No, 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 no. No mana. They can go in. Wrong. Yeah, they can go in.
As long
This Panther should have went in, to be honest. I didn't have mana. Laning phase is over.
a rolling golem gathers no rust. Metal is harder than flesh.
Dominating.
Precisely.
Could have vaulted there. I don't know.
I remain focused. As long as it takes.
Ultra-shock laser.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm here.
Bone is
Fully
a
charged.
poor alternative.
In a hurry.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
A rolling golem gathers no rust.
Gonna war dragon.
The magic calls to me. Precisely.
I wonder if Ziggs is here. What? How?
I remain focused.
Oh my god, man.
As long as it takes.
An ally has been slain.
A rolling golem gathers no rust. Consume.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
The magic calls to me.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage. Shut down. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage.
The time of man has come to an end.
Yeah.
I remain focused.
Big ward here, I'm gonna flash. Oh. Oh, he wasn't there.
As long as
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Unstoppable.
golem gathers no rust.
Double kill.
Fuck is that?
The magic calls to me.
Hurry up, don't you dare. Amped up. Let her in. You got nothing.
Precisely. You remain focused.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Godlike. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fuck.
You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, what? Nice. It's already set up. The wards are already set up.
As long as it takes.
I think ahead, man. I think ahead. Wards are already set up. We know exactly where they're coming. See that?
A rolling golem gathers no rust. The magic calls to me.
The enemy has been slain.
You know that's gonna hit, dude. Dude, that's gonna hit. No.
Double kill. Aced. You have been slain.
Oh boy. Oh, this Pantheon's crazy. This Pantheon's crazy. Jesus. He tilted. Damn. Damn, dude. Kicked your dog. Unfortunately, this Lee.
Victory.
Damn, dude. Still early for the game. Shit. Still a little early. Jungle Showmaker. Get the fuck out of here, bro, with that shit. Jungle Shoemaker. The fuck out of here. Damn. This guy fed. Malphite 0-10. Wait, I don't get. He started Doran's ring, but then still built tank item. What? Yikes. Can we squeeze one more game? Live right now? Nah. I don't want to squeeze another game. Watch the Worlds.
Yes. Okay. Just in case, could be junglers still. Are they playing today?
No.
Okay. Are they from the RPL?
No.
NA.
Are they from the West?
Yes.
Are they from the LEC?
No.
Okay.
Come on. It's only people in quarterfinals, so.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only people in quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Dude, she's hot.
Is it Dokla?
Yes.
God, sorry. I was blanking for a second.
I know.
God, the pressure's on.
I know, I start
It's like,
sweating.
Jesus,
I
yeah,
forgot
I
we
now
had
understand.
I
yeah.
forgot we had a blindfold, but
Oh,
whatever. I'm
whatever.
such a bad games
You're,
master.
you're running this game.
Yes, so Dagda actually got it, so if you get it faster and less questions, you get
Oh,
our crown.
I am running this down.
How many questions did he have?
6.
Did you keep track?
Nailed it. I have a feeling Emily's going to destroy us.
All
though.
right, no,
Emily's
I'm not.
really good at these games.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Go.
Do I play on the bot side of the map?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, damn.
Am I a support?
No.
No.
Am I playing today?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I Gumayushi?
No.
No. There's one other now.
Am I Gala?
Yes.
And that was quick.
And that was 5, so you win the game.
Oh, yay!
You get the crown.
Is this going to stay on my head?
You know,
It does. Okay.
I want it to stay for the entirety of Countdown.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you all
It's
for
probably
playing.
going to fall off, but we'll see.
A well-needed bit of brevity before we get back into the story of the day, and that is mostly about how for T1, the task ahead of them is absolutely monumental.
Dude,
Only
she's so
LPL team starting with
gorgeous.
LNG today, and if you get
Especially
through
with her
that, well, then you
outfit.
get to play JDG, so it's just insane, Kobe.
She's gorgeous
Honestly,
today. God damn.
But you have to think one step ahead, okay?
Okay.
Just focus on today. It can be daunting looking at the entirety
other chick is-
of the
ooh,
top end
look
of
at that.
the LPL, but one step
Captain
at a
Korea.
I love the faker Photoshop.
Yeah, it's
from
great.
LF.
It's amazing. When it comes to T1, though, as you said already, Dagda, it is kind of poetic that
Captain
it is
Korea.
T1. That I think it also kind of shows how big the expectations always are on this roster. Even though they have done very well with this iteration of the roster, it isn't enough
LS versus
until they win a
K-Drill.
world championship, until they win an MSI.
She's cute
Yeah,
too,
and it's
the
a bit
girl with the
heartbreaking to see how
glasses,
many of
man.
those finals they have got to. I mean, if
She's
Faker
pretty
makes
cute
this one
today,
his
too.
sixth international final,
God
world
damn,
finals
man.
even coming into this, so I think there's a huge amount of pressure
Squall's
to try and
so
perform and be at that
fucking
level,
gorgeous,
especially
man.
when you are that final LCK
God
team and you get to
damn.
see it here on your screens. I mean, 2017 they hit finals, lose to Samsung Galaxy. Last year against
Her outfit
DRX
is
in what
just-
was supposed
ugh.
to be the moment for T1, they fall short just again.
Beautiful.
And now they need to make it the full distance if they hope to hold on to those LCK hopes.
And yeah,
Aw,
one thing
look
you
at
will
young
note there
Faker.
is that T1 have
Aw.
actually never been eliminated
so
by an LPL
young.
team before in a knockout round like this. That is also by virtue
Oh my
of
God,
the
look at
fact
this
that
guy
this is the first
struggling.
year we finally had none of those like
Yeah.
team kills lined up in quarterfinals. But I do think
Young
that's an
Faker,
interesting
bro.
statistic to bring in as we look over Faker's extensive World Championship history.
I don't remember the year unless I remember the memes like the broccoli or the head roll on stage or whatever. But it is crazy to see, and that Faker is still so much at the center of this lineup.
And the key thing about it too, not only has he not been eliminated by an LPL team, Baker has never gone out in quarterfinals. He has always at least got into semifinals. So it would be a huge divergence if they lose here today.
It would be. T1 dropped a 2-hour Gumayushi documentary a few days ago that I watched, and they were saying about last year that
Come on, Faker.
didn't really think
can
that
do
this
this,
was not
man.
their time. They thought this
You have
was
to
their
win.
time. That he even thought,
You can
can
retire,
it be this
bro."
easy? And that was a huge comeback down to earth for
meditating.
T1, but maybe a good way not to stay
That's
complacent.
a god,
and I
bro.
see Faker
A
is
god
trying
that's
to get his own.
He's
meditating.
meditating.
He is.
It's crazy because if you look at this particular T1 roster and you give them the expectations of any other org or any other players, then they would be like, we're wildly successful.
Well,
But
Faker's
this
just
team
asleep,
has
bro.
only won the one trophy that was Spring LCK right when they were put together. They really need that capstone before the
'Cause
team
he knows
breaks
it's gonna
up.
be easy.
That would be so heartbreaking if they don't get one
Yeah,
because
you
they're
s-
so good.
You set it up there. We have heard
One more
from some of
time
the
and
members.
cement
This might
himself
be
as
the
the
very
best
last time that
ever
we
of
play
all time.
together in terms
Yeah.
of this roster.
Yeah, and the interesting discussion this brings because of their kind of history of making it to these international finals or making it far at international events and then falling just short. Despite the fact that this team, if you look at the breadth of their performances domestically and internationally over that same time span with this
Both
core
teams are
of the
scary
roster
good, dude.
kind of coming together in 2021 with
I
Ana
think-
still in the top lane and then Zeus being
Man,
added in 2022.
I think T1 can
you could
pull
make
it off.
a case that this is the most like the best team over that time frame, and then the thing that sticks is, you know, sticking the landing.
Yeah, exactly. We have a heartbreak timeline. We
Dude,
did that
I was
yesterday
about-
also
I
already.
bought
It was a tier list then, but
some
for
T1 merch,
specifically as well, it
but
just shows
I
how hard
couldn't
it is
buy
to
the
kind
Kyria
of finish the job, even if you
Kyria
got there against all
jersey,
odds. Because have to remind ourselves that
because
often
it was
in these
sold
cases
out.
where they made the runs to finals, we
I
didn't
was
really
sad
consider
about it.
them a favorite either.
So I
right
only
coming out of
bought
region,
like the
or any
last
favorite, I should
year's
say.
Yeah, and I think that's why
jersey.
it's kind of heartbreaking to see how often it has come back to
T1.
being
Only
T1
bought
and
last
how they
year's.
just haven't quite been able to get it across the finish line. I think they've been world class
Dude,
for
he
so
needs to
long, and every
cash in,
time we
bro.
seem to get them. I mean, you can look at the screen. How many of those games are going the full
retirement.
distance to those 5 games, and it's just
Then
at
all-
that
all he
last
does is
little
just
hurdle that they end up
maybe
falling. And I think
coach,
that's
be a
where,
coach,
for so
or
many fans, it's. As Kobe was saying, to put the capstone on this organization and on this team,
Or just
to
stream.
be able to find that success
And
would
that's
be
it.
a
He's just
wonderful thing
chilling.
to find here at Worlds.
Yeah, and because of the organization,
Unless he pulls a Manny
this is a team
Pacquiao
that
and
once
goes
you
out of
join it,
retirement
there's a
and then
monumental amount of pressure, regardless
fights
of
again.
what you've accomplished, right? Like this is South Korea's team. This is by far and away the most popular team. We've been going to a coffee place near the pop-up
competes
store
again.
in the mall, and it's
he pulls a
always
Manny Pacquiao.
jam-packed. Like today, there was a line winding all the way up the stairs. So
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot understand state just how massively popular this team is, and also how already, even if we don't include everything we just talked about, how much pressure is involved with playing for T1.
Definitely so. So many
Honestly, dude,
storylines going into today.
I would fuck
not
the
in
shit out of the
least
girl
in
with the
mid lane,
glasses,
because
man.
today the
I
GOAT
don't
and
know.
his former student
I'm a
are
fucking
finally
freak, bro.
meeting in a World's Knockout stage as Faker and Scout are facing
Forgot
off in
her
our featured
name.
matchup presented by Mercedes.
But I would fuck the shit out of her.
The last quarterfinal is about to get started, and what better way to close it out than to have two world's winning mid laners meet in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The two have crossed paths a lot over the years, but it's been a long time since they met in an elimination game.
Then goes out, gets ulted, backline, shot with the backline. Will they get him? It's so close. I with a flash forward and Faker. SK Telecom taking down EDG's hopes.
Initially, the student scout joined T1 as a substitute in 2015 under Faker's wing.
SKT will be your first ever two-time world champions!
Oh man, I miss
Before
Wolf,
eventually
bro.
carving his own path in history,
I love
lifting
Wolf.
the Summoners Cup with EDG in 2021.
Aiming, trying to put the damage down, as Scout is going to join the fray. But the Summoner survives, man!
Wow.
But one trophy isn't enough to overtake Faker's legacy. And Scout can prove here and now that the student has taken another step to becoming the master, sending his former teammate home.
I love the stage setting by Atlas there in that piece about how there's such a big legacy, but it means nothing if you can't make it through on the day, especially versus a Scout who's been playing lights out this tournament so far.
Yeah, one
Man,
thing I
that-
want to stress
that
about Scout
fucking,
is that sometimes you have those
jacket
all-pro
is
votes and
fire,
you're kind of like,
bro.
I don't know
He
about
wants
this, you know,
jacket.
and this year, or this summer rather,
I was about to
Knight
buy
got
one,
the
but
first
it
team
was sold
all-pro
out.
mid laner, but Scout got
Most of their
MVP.
shit
He's actually
online
now a
is sold
two-time
out,
MVP
except
on the
for
year,
last
which
year.
is just showcasing how instrumental his performances are to this
And
LNG
I think
team's
there's
success.
some
And I think a
this
lot
year,
of
but
Chinese
it's
fans
like
in the LPL
not
finally
really
feel like Ted is
popular.
getting the success and the recognition that he deserves. When you look back to over the last couple of years, I mean, the guy's a world champion, but we haven't really seen
Scout
him
will be
getting
the
the
sleeper agent we
MVPs
always
or getting
planned
those
on
moments
him
to
to be.
shine. And he's one of the favorites
Yeah.
of those LCK imports. He's picked up a ton of Chinese almost immediately coming into the country. I even speaking with a slight Wuhan accent because of how much he talks with Clear Love, which is cool. But yeah, he has been so instrumental to this region,
God
dedicated
damn.
to EDG, now coming across to LNG. It feels like he's trying to not only cement that legacy that it created on EDG, but now
The
create a
stats
new
on
one
Scout
on
is
this
pretty
LNG roster.
good.
And he's so versatile for this LNG team because, you know, he plays the Nico in his big initiation, but he also plays the classic mages, could be the hard carry for them later. And it has been magnificent to see him on this world stage continue his very strong
my God,
performances. In the first 2
C9.
days, he was for sure the best single performing player in the whole tournament on his back-to-back
Jimenez,
Azir
bro.
games, only dying a single time
God damn.
in both of those. You know, playing to the side lanes, playing for his team, and getting massive solo advantages as well.
And he's been really upfront about how much he's actually learned from Faker, not only studying underneath him, but then just
Oh,
continuing
man,
to
that
watch
was
him
nice.
from the LPL, watching T1's games. And I think the crucial thing that I really appreciate about Scout in terms of his evolution as a mid laner is how much he does pay attention to side lanes, like you said, Kobe, how much he looks at the map and sees where he can make plays for his team. And that is why he's just such a huge piece of LNG winning games.
The mid lane has been very important, as it always is, specifically when you get into those late game team fights and what you want to achieve within the game. So I wanted to look at the champion pools of both these mid laners coming into this game. And as we see it there, the only champions Faker has played are the ones that are also shared with Scout, where we see a bit more versatility on the other side.
And I think a lot of that to do with Scout is because he was going up against JDG. Even if you look domestically and also at Worlds, when they're playing against JDG, they want to try and take more of these early fights, look for the early skirmishes.
new
And that's
playstyle.
where we got to see things like the Silas, the Ari, the Nikos coming to the forefront in that mid lane so they can play for those early aggressive picks. And I think we'll probably
91%
see that
are
here
rooting for
again against
T1.
T1 because they're so strong in those early stages.
And sometimes those types of graphics can be misleading.
Yeah.
This is Faker. He's been playing League of Legends
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
He has played so many champions in the mid lane, and even though
True, though.
Nico that was up there under Scout was a huge part of him getting T1 here. Faker utilizing that and the Azir mainly.
Absolutely. I guess the added context here of when, Faker, of course, wasn't there for a part of the regular season. And when he just came back, it did seem that it was only on those few champions that he felt the most comfortable, right? But now we are so much more further on in time and generally at the World Championship. But it is important to discuss how important he just is to this lineup. And you might say in today's head-to-head matchup, he might not be stronger than Scout, but his importance to T1 is so huge.
Yeah, he's such a huge voice for this team. Here we see their game record this past summer, I think, tells the most striking thing, as well as that major lead and major deficit numbers. Like, this team looked really, really lost without his guidance, and obviously these
without
players
Faker,
have talked
bro,
about how
14
they felt
losses.
the pressure kind of mounting on them
God
and stuff like
damn.
that while Faker was injured. But again,
You really
he's
need
just
him.
he is T1. Honestly, to
He
me,
truly is.
he
and
is T1.
It came at a pretty good time because people had started to question, does Faker still have it, And then this summer was such good evidence that he brings even more than his on-stage performance to these teams that he's on.
And I think that's the showcase of some of the top mid laners we have in the world, right? It's not only the case that you can do incredibly well mechanically or in these team fights, it's being able to almost like puppet master the map, being able to be in control of these side lanes, realizing what you need to do. And I think that just showcases a kind of an omnipresence that Faker has that is just absolutely incredible to witness when you see him on
God,
the
I
pitch.
better.
Yes, but
Yo,
all
I
five
hope
players have
T1
to
wins
perform if you wanna
because
win a
I
match
bought
here
the
at
jersey,
Worlds. When we
bro.
talked
I
to
bought the
Gumayushi
jersey
after they
and the
locked their
tech
spot
fleece.
in the knockout stage about their confidence moving forward.
Because I want to flex that shit as soon as they win.
오늘 BLG한테
Man.
이겨서 매우 기쁘고요. MSI 때
Can't wait to
복수를
wear
하고
it.
싶었는데 오늘 2대0으로 할 수 있게 돼서 기쁩니다. 불안함이나 의구심보다는 우리는 충분히 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이다라고 생각을 했고요. 그런 점을 조금씩 보완하면서 충분히 잘할 수 있다고 생각하면서 준비했던 것 같습니다.
Area finds a tongue lash onto Yagal. No more follow-up here just yet. Nice root coming out from Gumayushi. Now they're going to go in. There's the wombo combo. T1 ain't going to kill anybody just yet. Yagal barely gets away. Owner's ready to swoop in for the Cataclysm. And on gets turned off. Gumayushi flips the switch. And now Shun tries to fire back.
Oh, I saw this match.
Double kill over
I saw this one.
저희는 롤드컵 시작하기도
I saw that one.
전부터
was nice.
우승권이라고 충분히 생각을 하고 있었고요. 열심히만 하면은 충분히 우승할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 저희 8강 진출에 성공했는데 8강 이기고 4강 이기고 결승도 진출해서 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
God damn, the jersey is fire.
T1 fighting indeed. Guma feels that they can do it, and that's what you have to believe. And we've talked a lot about T1 because of being in Busan, because of being in South Korea, and because of the job they have at hand. But LNG are now no slouches. They are a very, very impressive team, and they were a bit underrated when you look at the latter season, I think, in the LPL, but they shut up a lot of people.
I think that kind of is the story of LNG as a whole, though. Even when you look back at this time last year, they finished in 7th and ran almost the entire way through that lower bracket, nearly making it to Worlds, finishing 3rd in the regional qualifiers. And now we get to see a very similar story where a lot of people are looking at the likes of EDG coming in to be that team that went to Worlds. And then it was only after we got to see them pop off in playoffs, push JDG every single time these two teams have faced off, that people started to say LNG is actually the 2nd seed from the LPL. And across the board, this roster is looking to nearly create a new legacy away from what has been their traditional homes. We already talked about Scout, Gala with RNG, but also on that top side for Zika.
Yep.
Zika is an incredible top laner that's been added. His rookie year was last year, but he's actually become known as the bidding king over in the LPL because he had the highest transfer fees of any player in the LPL this year to come across to LNG.
Man, that was
they
nice.
really wanted this top laner. Didn't quite work out in spring, but over the course of summer, he has looked spectacular and playing multiple different styles here.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with LNG is that you would think of them as a slower team compared to other LPL teams. That's not to say that they're a slow team. The LPL is a very fast-paced region, and as we look at how they perform, like versus other, in comparison to the averages from other LPL teams, I think the big thing for me is that first blood time. They're a lot less bloody
640.
early, in my opinion. But I do think
Who's going
what
to
was
win the
instrumental
series?
in them going up against JDG and actually pushing them to those 5 games.
Look at that,
was,
9% said
not only
LNG.
like massive performances from individuals, but also the fact that they did try
On
to scrap with them a lot
very
earlier
small
than what you would
percentage that
expect
LNG is
from
gonna
what you saw
lose
from LNG in other
or
series.
win.
And I think it's the 8-minute timer that's the big one. I mean, 840 on the first blood. It's that Rift Herald for me is always the standout. That seems to be where they want to go for these fights and find those first bloods.
And I actually dug a little bit deeper into the average game times to separate the stats between wins and losses to see where that feeling is coming from people, because the average game time actually isn't, you know, bad for LNG. But if you compare it to T1, T1 actually had longer average game times, but that's only because their game times in losses were extended because they fight so much to try and extend those losses when they're behind. LNG lost very quickly, but won very slowly. T1 had much quicker times when they're actually winning the game, instantly being able to close it out and push for that. So that's what gives this feeling to LNG watchers and LNG fans is when they're winning the game, they win in that methodical way. You know, pushing for those objectives, and it's not as explosive, it's not as shiny, but they get the job done.
They get the job done, and when it comes to the team fights, they will be on point as well. And I believe you wanted to take a look at a T1 team fight, Kobe.
Right. I think something that's going to be very, very fun for this matchup is going to be the draft phase, because we've seen some slight changes in meta and some emergence of some individual champions. Now, of course, everybody is well aware of the Senna Tahm Kench, and I'm not going to use the T1 example of the Senna Tahm Kench the first game versus BLG, because that's not fair. They got a huge lead, level 1. I'm going to use a harder example. This is a game where T1 are 2,000 gold behind, a dragon behind to BLG, and 4 kills behind. So you can't say I'm cherry picking something where they're super far ahead with this Tahm Kench, but Tahm Kench absolutely counters single target dive. The Syndra, the Vi that have been very important, and even to some extent the Alistar here. So we're going to take a look at how expertly they use Keiria's Tahm Kench, even without the Senna, to be able to protect Gumayusi here. The first thing they do is in these team fights they're forcing around Dragon while they're behind, is they create this triangle to protect the back line. So Keiria has distance to be able to protect both of the carries, either Faker or Guma. And you notice Guma's position here is on the front line. He can only do that because they have a Tahm Kench, and it allows him to put this auto attack threat onto the enemy jungler that is going to be coming for this dragon to be able to get that first kill and get excited. So that's the game plan from T1 side, and you see it play out here. Boom, boom, boom. They take him down, and they're going to get a bunch of damage onto the enemy jungler. But what BLG are thinking from their play side is that they're going to have on engage onto Gumayusi here and headbutt him into Yagao so they can use this Syndra ultimate, burst down the Jinx, right? Seems like a great game plan.
Yeah.
Too bad Tahm Kench is here. Keiria is going to deny the whole plan, and it would have worked out because both DPS for BLG are right here to hit Guma. But the Scatter of the Weak is completely nullified there.
Yep.
He eats him up, and Guma pops right back out, excited, and they chase down these kills, even from a 2,000 gold and dragon deficit. And Gumayusi goes on in this game to end 11-0-3 with that protection from Keiria. So really want to see the diversity that we can see in draft explored here in this series.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight Keiria's Tahm Kench specifically because it's not just for protection, like in that fight. He plays this so aggressively and so forward. It's one of his signature picks. It's his 3rd most played.
Almost here.
71.8% win rate. And I think with the meta that we've seen LPL teams bring, T1 are very comfortable in that.
They're comfortable in that style, but it will left to be seen if they will be able to play it today. Let's check in with our fans and who they think is going to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Each day you can head over to MasterCard GG on X to participate. Oh my God!
What?
Wait, what?
Is that correct?
Is that a mistake?
No, that's wrong.
I feel like it's definitely a mistake.
Wait, no, that's a mistake.
And we're not saying this in terms of kind of how we think this match will go, but in terms of kind of the fan backings
There
that
we
we've
go.
seen on X so far, right? Wow, we were just
Wait.
Does not reflect the actual
See, I told you
power
that was a
we-
mistake.
in
There's
any
no
case, though,
way.
as we get very close. It is fixed now. There we
Trolling.
go. But so much between it. Just
fucking
9 before
trolling.
we get to that first pick and ban. T1, the last hope of the LCK. Their hopes
Now we
and
know
dreams
that-
of all the fans in the LCK. They rely on the flagship organization of T1 with such a tough road ahead of them of LPL super teams. They will need to perform to their absolute peak. Will LNG silence Busan as all the LPL teams have done so far? Will LNG do it once and for all today, or will the hometown favorite make the crowd erupt? Let's kick off this quarterfinal.
I love this guy, bro. The last hope.
스카웃 2015년 SKT의 연습생이었던 그는 멀리서 그의 우상인 페이커의 롤드컵 우승을 지켜보았습니다. 2016년
That damn
페이커의
scout is a
서브가 된
fucking
그는 아쉽게도
agent, dude.
그의
Undercover
그림자에서
agent.
벗어날 수 없었죠.
God damn him.
LPL에서 새로운 기회를 얻은 스카웃. 끊임없는 노력 후 2021년 롤드컵을 들어올립니다.
God damn him, bro. Traitor.
2023년 그는 고향인
traitor.
한국에서 LNG와 함께 운명적으로 페이커와 대결하게 됩니다. 그들의 첫 다전제 경기죠.
상혁이 형은 선수로서 좋은 마인드셋을 가지고 오랜 기간 동안 좋은 성적을 낸 게 정말 존경받을 만한 선수인 것 같고 선수로서의 책임감 같은 게 많이 느껴져서 그런 부분을 좀 따라하려고 했던 것 같아요.
2021 World Champ, the MVP in the LPL regular season, an absolute force.
스카웃 선수는 예전부터 게임에만 집중하고 굉장히 조용한 선수였는데 그 덕분에 지금은 최고의 선수가 되었고 다시 맞붙게 되었습니다. 스카웃 선수랑 굉장히 오랜만에 다시 만나게 됐는데 얼마나 성장했을지 기대가 되고 빨리 맞붙고 싶습니다.
这也是我因为我之前的成绩都是8强嘛，所以在8强的时候再度击败去年击败我的战队，我觉得这个对我来说非常有意义。你们22年釜山的噩梦将在这里重现。
RNG gonna turn Busan into a library.
我们会让这里再度鸦雀无声。
서로의 이기고 지고 하는 과정에서
Faker did get injured. They are on a 4-loss streak.
서로의 속마음을 털어놓는 시간들도 있었고
Faker making his way back in.
100%의 T1도 보실 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
And they turn this one around. A clean ace going into the hands of T1.
상혁이 형, 지금 저는 많이 성장했으니까 지금의 저를 느껴보세요.
Yeah. For real.
예찬아, 다시 만나서 반갑다.
Ooh.
최고가 되려면 저를 넘어서야 할 겁니다.
All up to T1. They are the last team remaining outside of the LPL from any region.
This is the team that T1 fans want at the World Championship. Will not have it! Energy make their way into the quarterfinals!
8강의 마지막 날 이제 시작합니다.
Oh, that's nice.
상혁이 형,
It's like a crossroad.
미안하지만 제가 올라가겠습니다.
예찬아, 행운을 빈다.
Getting a Chinese only top 4. Yeah.
어떻게 싸우자.
Damn, dude. No, we didn't get to see the guy talk, man. God damn. He only played with the damn leaf. That's it. He didn't talk. He was just silent. All right, here we go. Here we go.
펼쳐질 이곳 부산에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 오늘 경기에 나설 두 팀을 맞이할 시간입니다. 먼저 여러분이 너무나도 잘 알고 있는 미드 정글
Call
듀오의
it 6
위력,
foot to Korea to
그리고
see
오늘도 갈라쇼는 계속된다.
Fans are crazy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Busan for our final clash in the quarterfinals. Please join me in welcoming our two seeds to the stage with the jungle mid duo known to everyone here in Busan.
I want to see Faker do the Bane roll, bro. I want to see that shit. Please. Do the Bane roll.
챔피언이라는 타이틀이
Please.
너무나도 잘 어울리는 팀이죠.
I want him to do it, man.
LCK의 마지막 희망 네 번째 소환사카바를 노린다.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go, baby.
A team synonymous with championships, looking to raise the Summoners Cup for the fourth time, none other than T1.
남은 자리는 단 하나뿐. 마지막으로 4강에 오를 팀은 어디가 될지 LNG와 T1의 대결 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
Just one spot in the semifinals remains. Caster Jun said it best. Let the battle begin.
Oh, man. Here we go. Let's go, Faker. Come on.
Here we are on the Caster Desk.
He
and I gotta
won.
say, it's
You
hard
got
to follow
this.
Caster Jun because he's such a legend that he just goes completely off script. Then I stick to the script because I don't want to mistranslate. And this man is clearly saying the most hype stuff imaginable. Regardless of what language you speak, you can tell what he's saying is probably dope. It's just a hard act to follow. That's all.
I wonder how many people are watching.
Caster Jun talks for 2 minutes. Yeah.
151,000 viewers
said it
on
best
Twitch.
yesterday. He's given up on trying to follow up
151K.
Caster Jun. What an intro! And I gotta say, of all the quarterfinals, I think this is on paper the one that is gonna feel the closest. We've had some great series, but I think this one might top it all.
This one is gonna be so good. I'm so ridiculously excited, and welcome to you as well. This is your intro.
Good to be
Dracos.
here. Yeah, Draco's
Finally
Chronicler
on the ground.
and Azale for the cast. Thrilled to be here, gentlemen, and thrilled to be here for this game. Can't wait to see EU play.
Dude, the logo of LNG is so nice.
Anyway, here we are. Bands coming in hot and fast. A lot of questions about what both teams are going to prioritize here. No surprise to see Renata taken away.
Okay.
Caitlyn a bit interesting, but has been a priority pick alongside the Nico and the Zaya.
Yeah, Caitlyn specifically a pick that Gumayushi loves, and I wouldn't be surprised if Keria added more high-pressure supports to
Dude,
his
the
arsenal.
glasses are
Something
fire.
that T1 used really well this year in spring, and with Caitlyn especially, it can become really hard. And I think the meta has shifted more and more towards prio on bot side.
Exactly. It's been so much about fifth pick, counter pick, 4 supports, from these LPL teams that we've seen win in 3 back-to-back days. But you talk about Keria, you talk about his flexibility, even back to when we were having, all kinds of crazy supports in the bot lane, the ADCs, everything. Keria can play it all. So I really am so interested to find out what the preparation is here for T1. They're on red side. Will they go 5th pick, counter pick here for Keria and really try to run this first game through bot lane? That's my biggest question.
And right from the get-go, I like this from LNG. Take away this J4 from Owner. Owner has been the biggest point of contention for T1. One of the members that wasn't really able to perform, but this far on thus far on Worlds has been able to have a really big impact. And LNG also gets Galas Kai'Sa and Scouts Azir.
These are the 2 champions that I feel like you associate most with these iconic players, and that is really, really scary. People are generally enjoying the Azir matchup into Orianna. It is kind of a similar thought process to when you're playing against Victor, where you can try to go in on cooldown, force out those flashes, get repeat ganks, get the kills. But I will say at Worlds, most of our Orianna players have been able to play very well around that, and we haven't really seen them fall prey to that Azir play. So interested to see if Scout can really kind of ramp things up and change that script.
And I'm also curious to see what T1 do with this blind pick Aatrox. What are they going to take away now to try to make sure that this is a setup matchup for success for Zeus? Because when I look at the first 3 picks on the side of LNG, I feel like they got everything they could possibly want here between the Azir as well as the Kai'Sa. What do they actually want to take away now on the side of T1 to make sure they're getting something out of this Aatrox pick?
I mean, I think you could just ban Renekton if you're going to ban another top laner, but they might just go more towards supports. The Jax is already banned out. I do think you can ban out Renekton. It's obviously a great option. Cassante, you think you're generally happy about playing into that matchup. As the Aatrox, but it is just going to be a focus on supports here, and maybe going to be a pick for support on 4 even, for T1 to really kind of thin the pool.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if LNG opt into the Senna ban here. We've seen the Senna be really successful into Kai'Sa specifically. And there is also still the flex potential. Like, I'm assuming this rel will go towards Owner, but there is still the opportunity for T1 to hold that until the end.
I mean, clearly they're just trying to limit the engage options to pair with the Kai'Sa, right? You know, that is the emphasis here. The rel has already been taken away. Again, assuming it is going to go jungle, it is a flex, but you banned away the Alistar, you've banned away that Nautilus. There are other options still available, but their Khan getting banned out. So clearly, LNG was worried about what I was thinking might happen, which is that support pick on 4. So they self-ban out that Rakan, but it does mean now they go over towards the Senna. It's likely going to be Senna TK, but there are other options, and T1 is one of the only teams in the world that has shown us that at a high level.
Specifically, Keria has been, I think, the most impressive when he can find these counter picks on support, and with Senna, it really opens up the pool of available picks. Oh, the crank is here!
This is like almost a pre-counter to that Tomcat. You're kind of expecting the Tomcats to come in. People do like this matchup. You can go aggressive with that Blitzcrank, but this is a feast or famine
Any wise drunkly, thank you so much for the raid with 5
well, because if you fall
people,
behind
man.
on Blitz, you become useless fast.
And this Gwen actually is the counter pick that T1 opted into.
Damn, bro, they got
Game 5 of the
Blitzcrank.
finals last year into the Aatrox. We'll see if
They
Zika has a
can
better
get
time. Didn't work back then.
Morgana.
What is going to be the R5
Or no,
counter pick here?
I mean, this is I'm expecting it to still be the TK, but you know, is he going to go on another option? Because I do think there's a lot of other good pairings. I've seen things like Cho'Gath. Neela is something that I've heard about. It is the Neela Senna lane. This is something that a lot of people have been kind of whispering about it, talking about it in solo queue, popping up in scrims as well. The ability to fall in here is really, really high. You can play it aggressive.
That's
and I think
pretty
it's gonna
good.
Be a true support Senna. It's
Neela
not going to be
Senna?
the fasting Senna here. It is just going to be a full-on Senna support. This
And
is
it counters
really
Blitz.
exciting to see this brought out in such an important match.
Absolutely. A crazy curveball to throw in game 1. If you manage to come out on top in this game with the Neela pick,
Nah, that's
suddenly
pretty
this
good,
is a
dude. The
must-pick
bot pick
ban,
from
highly
T1.
contested champion, can change the entire
Okay.
structure of draft moving forward. But can they execute on it? As highlighted, Neela very
I thought they were
feature
gonna
fan,
swap,
synergizes with
like,
Senna
Senna
fantastically,
ADC.
yes, but not their traditional safe
And some tank
hyper-scaling
support.
AD carry. Very vulnerable as we get later into the game.
Yeah, and the Neela specifically is something that T1 themselves suffered defeat from. It was one of the matches midway through summer when they lost against Noxious. And it actually was a really big point because that was
Major
the point where
Pleb, thank you so
T1
much
really
for the follow,
started to
man.
crack, and we saw
Welcome.
them falter more and more. And after that, we did see the pick pop up a lot more. So even in summer, it was already
we
played
go.
someone in LCK.
I mean, it's so interesting because, you know, Senna traditionally you want to pair with melee champions that are farming and you queue through them for the heal plus the poke at the same time. Neela basically works in the same way. Neela is essentially just a melee AD carry, right? Like, you are playing that short range style. You're going to be between the enemy and your Senna, so the Senna can get that double value, can look for the pokes. You can look for all-ins as well, trying to go aggressive, trying to find those plays. And I'm so interested to see what kind of a build we're going to get from Guma because there's so many options. Some people even go things like that are more kind of tanky options, and they just act as like a pseudo-engage to that primary
There you
engage.
go, man.
You know, what kind of a build is he going to
First
go?
game.
That it really remains to be seen.
Something we're going to have to find out as we get onto the Rift for game 1 here. Massive quarterfinal for all of the LCK. The last hope, T1 on the red side versus LNG. Of course, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum
What's up,
W
bro?
emo.
Any wise
Get
drunkly?
those rewards. Get in
Watching
there.
Worlds T1 versus
we've
LNG.
already seen Hung actually place an early ward to try and
Knockouts.
take control of the brush. Obviously, into any Neela lane, you're going to try and make sure that you can actually threaten with the Blitzcrank, because if you just let Guma and Keria take control of the lane level 1, it can become really hard to play out, as once you get an experience lead, actually retaking control can be tough.
I mean, Blitz just has to threaten
Good
all-ins
hit.
in basically every Blitz lane ever, right? You offer nothing other than that. So, especially against a ranged support like the Senna, Keria doesn't have to farm. You're just going to be purely focused on harassing this Blitz, poking down this Blitz. And if Hong is not able to put on that pressure, if he's not able to step up and really make them worried about those hooks, then it's going to be tough, and they're going to use this pressure here. Level 1, really strong with both the bot laners there from T1 there to assist. Owner moves in. He's going to be able to steal away the Raptors and see if he can find anyone on the red. Doesn't see it, so he's just going to go back up towards his blue buff, looks like.
Seeing what angle they can find to maybe generate an early advantage here, get something done. Finally, matchup, I think, is we're just going to keep coming back to it because it's so interesting, because it's such a unique duo of champions. But it's going to be frustrating for Society LNG, or it could be effortless. If they find a single all-in, if you shut this bot lane down early, it can fall apart. But if you play a slow lane against a champion who heals, Senna, a champion who boosts healing, Neela, you're not going to get anything done. And right now you can see how Gal and Hung already on the back foot here. Not able to walk up. Early level 2 comes through courtesy of the experience sharing from Guma as he grabs those creeps and just makes the lane that much more difficult.
And both these champions, you know, we talked about, Scout's going to have to flash.
Flash to the safety, clockwork windup. Baker not going to overextend. Not going to step too far forward to push that advantage, but excellent start for him in the mid lane.
Yeah, nicely played. Scout just went to the side to try to get a ward down, and Faker felt safe, you know, knows that he has like his jungler relatively close to him, you know, knew that he was able to play towards that side, just chases him down, forces a flash.
At the same time, T1 are aware that Tarzan is somewhere on the top half of the map, right? They have the ward on the red, know that it hasn't been taken, so I
because
think
it wouldn't make sense if Azir warded on the left side. That means that
ends up working out well. Although we are seeing Tarzan take that
he doesn't know that the jungle is there.
For a gank afterwards. Faker is pretty far up.
Well, and look where Faker is positioning though. You can see him playing towards the bottom side of this lane.
So
He's
he
gonna play
knew
towards the side that his jungler is.
that
He's
the
always
jungler,
gonna be
his
hugging
jungler is
more
far
towards
away.
that side. He has the ward up on top side right there at the top of your screen. So he's going to be able to have time to react if this does come. You can see the wave was bounced and it's pushing slowly towards him. So Faker will take the base. He'll just TP back in. It's also worth noting that he is playing Comet. We see so many different options here for the Orianna as well as the Azir. Some people playing Halo Blades. This is the Conqueror style, so it is likely to be Nashor's. It's likely to be Leandri's as well for Scout, and we'll see if that is going to be the option. Obviously, can go Crown as well. There's just so many different styles that people can go towards. No flash, though.
Incredibly flexible champion. Scout now stepping backwards. Should be okay here unless Owner's willing to burn a summoner spell, but Tarzan there to cover. Means the play will fizzle out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't play Ori.
Completely isolated. They're getting to do what he wants on the top side of the map, and it is paying off thus far. 31-18 the CS. Will even up a bit as this wave comes in, but you can see already that the Gwen has a pretty sizable advantage versus the Aatrox early on.
Yeah, and I think part of that is Zeus also had to kind of respect the wave, couldn't take early trades because he knew that Tarzan was towards the top half of the map, so if he trades too aggressively early, and Gwen, the first few levels are actually quite strong, and you set yourself up for a dive, it opens up a really easy opportunity for LNG to get ahead on the top side.
And so much of that matchup is being able to kind of just stay right on the edge of that Q range. So when Zeus goes for the Q that's about to hit you, you can pop your immune, stay outside where he's still on the outside of that ring, and you're going to be able to immune that. It makes it very, very difficult for Aatrox to kind of play that style that you want to in these matchups where you're constantly just poking away with those Qs. Because Gwen has the ability, both with that immunity and also with the skip and slash, to dodge to the side, to trade back really effectively, and to take all in. So it is a very tough matchup that scales incredibly well, and I'm so interested to see how Zika is going to perform because this guy has just improved by leaps and bounds over this last year. In summer especially, I thought he was incredible in the LPL, and there is that style that I'm talking about. Right on the edge, the Q gets immune, and he's going to be able to get a good trade back as a result.
Excellent Q2 though to ensure the pullback does
back up.
Zeus still not coming out on top in these trades. Will get easier once he has some natural sustain to come through from the Gore Drinker, but
no one is
right
there.
now, Gwen running the top side of the map. Owner there just to cover, just to pick up the Krugs.
Yeah, Big Finger Zeus hasn't actually backed yet. His wave state is kind of awkward though. I wouldn't be surprised if Owner goes for a lane gank here, but did get spotted. So Zika shouldn't be in any trouble, but at the very least it should allow Zeus to push out and get a back in. And then use his teleport to get back to lane. And again, I'm pretty sure Owner did get spotted, so shouldn't really be any risk for the Gwen here.
Does always get a little bit dicey though, you know, when Gwen hits 6 there, because he can try to hold this wave potentially. Owner has base, obviously Zika doesn't know this, so he's still going to play down towards River, where we know that Tarzan is available for a potential counter gank if he had stayed around. And seeing that the wave got pulled with a cannon, Zeus couldn't actually base, and now Owner is not there, and the jungler's coming up, and Zika 6, so they're going to look for an all-in.
Zeus has the ulti, a bit extra movement speed. Will get away from the flank drag. Quick flash out to safety. Instantly just going to ult for the extra movement speed. Now the damage coming through from the Gwen. Tarzan looking to pull out the flash in. Zeus still living for now. The first blood on the top side for LNG as Zika cuts him down.
Really well played there by LNG. Owner didn't want to show, so he didn't want to fully kind of just show on the waves to be able to help him crash. As a result,
he didn't have a ward.
Positioning, but it means that Zeus had to stay around because with that cannon, it was going to be a freeze.
I think he shouldn't have pushed because he didn't have vision.
On the bot side here, though, so we'll see.
Yeah.
LNG has anything to say about it.
Really well done there by LNG. It's using the fact that Zeus really wants to get that wave in. The adaptation from Tarzan to, instead of going back up towards that top side gank, T1 will be able to pick up the Dragon, and I do think that the fact that Zeus still had his teleport available means that at least right now
He
he will
loses
be able
like
to
2 to
pick up
3
most of
waves
the
if he
CS
bases
and the
him.
wave, but it does mean
He could have just
Zika
like
already
helped,
has about
but then he would freeze it.
what is it,
Yeah.
40% of a level up, and has a kill plus a 20 CS lead. So this Gwen is going to be really tough to deal with as we get into the mid to late stage of the game.
I mean, it's first blood as well, so it's nearly an 800 gold lead up there in the top lane, which is going to be really, really rough. But Zeus trading well there. The wave still should crash. It's too much to hold, and you're too low HP. So the wave will crash. Zika's going to go see if he can find some honey fruit, likely, in the river. And if he can get it, which he does, I can see his health going up. So he's going to pick that up, but still Lex to base.
And the investment top side just certainly paying off thus far for LNG and their counter pick with the Gwen. The bottom side, however, Guma doing pretty well to at least have a small lead over Gao. The biggest difference you're going to notice is experience, again, because of the champions selected. Might free up Keria to lay down a little bit more global pressure with the ultimate. Something we're going to have to see if T1 are able to use.
And it's a good bit of push here for Keria and Guma. And I want to see, if T1 are going to be opting into, that soul optimization, trying to follow around your jungler, trying to pick up all these additional souls, because really kind of ramping that up is such a big deal, especially if you are playing purely support Senna, where you're not going to be farming, you're not going to be kind of getting that additional gold through that mid game, because you do have a true AD carry. It's not like you're paired with Tom Kench where you can start picking up more and more of that farm. So I want to see how he optimizes. He's at 27 souls already, but that is going to be a huge portion of your damage in this kind of a game.
Certainly is. Every 20 souls, 15 AD, 20 range, 10% crit chance. So it's going to feel good every time you hit one of those breakpoints as Keria. T1, 3 members in the area, ready to set up. Scout on the flank, however, going to look for the shove. Is going to manage to catch only Zeus in the meantime. Baker still standing strong.
Oh,
Shockwave
no.
getting good damage down. T1 quick to force the fight. Zika not
Ooh.
powerful enough to force
That was
that
pretty
one
good.
through. T1 taking one and might just turn right back to the Herald.
That's pretty good.
And T1 there, a lot of confidence. Crucially there, I think they're relying on the ultimate from Keria. In these early skirmishes, the heal as well as the fact that you can take, or rather focus on a target with all the CC that is available for T1 with Shockwave, the entirety of Rel's kit and Aatrox. And LNG going a little bit too ham on the early skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just look at the itemization for Scout right now. Like, he's got a crystal, he's got some mana and a dagger. That's it, right? Like, he doesn't really have much power behind this, so he does find a decent ultimate, but the follow-up's not going to be there. Tarzan not really able to get much damage done. Zika, I think, was just on tabbies at the time of that fight, so definitely not in a great position to force it, and they do get punished pretty heavily here.
Big here as well is that Zeus has a Hex Drinker, so that actually is really good in this early 3v3. Can tank a lot of
That was
damage.
nice.
You see as well, Tarzan just gets 100 to 0 between the CC from Owner as well as Faker Shockwave, and then you're already a member down. This Aatrox is ready to go after you, and I think LNG should be happy that they're able to get the rest of the people out.
Yeah, I mean, the Sentinel helped, sure, but it's not like they were even close to killing anybody. I think that was an ill-advised fight for LNG to take. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised because they are one of those teams that, to me, is extremely measured. They're usually really good at evaluating how strong they are in a game. And if they don't feel that they're in a perfect position, you often just see them play side lanes. They trade for plates. They trade for jungle camps. They trade for objectives. And they're one of those LPL teams that is least likely to fight you if they don't feel that they're in an advantageous position. So it is a little bit surprising to see them opting into it. And T1 does punish. And you can see as a result, the gold lead opening up. Faker up over 20 CS, gets a kill there, and has taken 2 plates. So the Orianna is more than 1,000 gold ahead, and the Herald's now going to get dropped.
Yeah, Herald going to come crashing down here, only going to further extend Faker's lead. As you can see on the bottom of your screen there, Scout doing what he can to just push everything back, but now they might just go in for the counter punch. Scout pulled away, forced to flash out to safety. The Herald still connects. Now Faker going to be in trouble, but again, there's no follow-up damage.
What is he doing?
Thank you very much, Tarzan.
What is J4 doing? Oh my god, this is over.
They're living rent-free in the heads
Oh
of
my
LNG.
god.
They have a
What the
timeshare
fuck?
there, and they're just now cashing in.
And usually LNG is the team that is so good about not taking fights that they shouldn't take.
What was that
we'll
J4,
talk about
bro?
Topside 1v1 later on, but
What's he
specifically
doing?
that mid play. Why did Tarzan go in?
Well, why did Scout go in? Why did either of them go in? Scout goes in, ults him away, then has to flash out. There's no damage left. Then afterwards, Tarzan
He got
goes
caught.
in. You got no
Couldn't
damage.
escape
There's no way
with
you're
the amount
100
of
to
knockups.
0ing this Orianna, so it wasn't even close. And that is back-to-back fights where LNG really
But I don't know, something
unorganized
happened
and
there in
really
top lane. Okay, here we
overestimated their
go.
point in the games. Let's watch this one more time.
Boom.
Zika starts to take the trade here, has the ulti
Oh.
available, but Zeus just sidestepping
Yeah.
on the R's. and then is able to turn it around here in the final moments. So both these Qs, actually both
Oh,
players
there it
playing really
is.
well, but
Yep.
just no heal cut through that ultimate meant couldn't actually do enough damage.
And I think because of the earlier play,
That's
it was
insane.
actually a CS advantage or an experience advantage for Zeus as, yeah, again, I don't know. There was no damage follow-up.
Unorganized.
And especially with Shockwave still
Oh,
available,
that
you're just
was
never
bad.
getting out of there.
That's
as
bad.
Tarzan feels like the communication there between Scout and Tarzan just not on the level it needs to be.
No, absolutely not. LNG are looking nervous in game one here. And if you
They
can't
mistimed
tell,
the
crowd
both
seems
the
to be
ults of
favoring
J4
T1
and
here in Korea.
Azir,
The crowd
bro.
erupting
Mistimed
with
it
every
right
single
there.
Play. And LNG
Azir was supposed to
really
ult and then J4
Gal
ults.
wanted to turn it into
Right
a
there.
library. That has not been the case yet. T1
But it
off
didn't
to a
happen.
roaring start. 3K gold advantage. Fantastic at this stage of the game. And again, bot lane hasn't even gotten involved yet. They have done very little. They are a part of the gold lead courtesy of Senna and all that additional soul gold, but they've just kept Gala and Hong under their turret the entire game thus far.
But the big thing is, with a lot of the
Or
action
like he
happening
was
towards
trying
the
to
top side of
prevent
the map,
Rift
it
from
has
like
allowed
charging.
Duma
I don't
and Carrier
know.
to just play
But he
fully
was
for
thinking there,
bullying
but-
in the lane. Because there is
Yeah,
no
it would have
support
been a
from
good play.
Tarzan, and Scout and Zika obviously haven't had an opportunity yet either to get towards the bot side of the map. This counter pick of the Neela actually ends up working out really well. I think it's like an, what is it, a free 400 gold lead here just from the plates. on
Anything
Guma
can
over
happen.
Gala.
Still not over.
And Carrier, the gold is relevant.
Anything
on a
can
second here.
happen,
He's
man.
got 600-700 gold ahead because he's actually farming gold
Doesn't
as well.
matter how many
really effectively
kills.
off those plates. The crown now done for Faker,
Game's
so
not
he's going to
done
be
yet.
staying safe. And Hong on this blitzcrank from behind, that is going to be tough. You know, your soul lanes have both fallen behind. Your bot lane is perma pushed in. You haven't been able to even, I haven't even seen him attempt to hook 13 minutes into the game so far.
And I mean, Blitzcrank from behind, when you're going to be playing against Umbral Glaive, you never are going to know
I
if
think
you're in that safe
it was
pocket
too
of vision
late.
where you
It
can
was
lurk
too
and
late.
set
It
up
was
that
already
perfect
charging
hook.
'cause
The
you
potential
can't
is
stop it if
always
it's,
there,
like,
but the windows of opportunity
already
get
there.
smaller and smaller when you're at this kind of deficit, when you're playing against so much vision denial,
You can't
especially
stop
against a
the rift.
champion like
It's
Senna.
already like
And normally,
charging like
Guma, we
that.
often see Collector come out as a first item, aggressive, yes, much more solo queue
Yeah.
focused,
Like
but it
if
seems
it
like he might be
raises
going
its hind
straight
legs,
into
you can't stop it.
Navori, just looking to capitalize on that additional damage. The
Can't
cooldown
knock it
reduction that
back,
comes
you can't
through,
push it
the
back
endless
or
W procs that show
displace
up.
it.
I mean, you can just
It's
see
like
the turret plates 9-1 for T1.
immovable.
That shows you how that early game is going. They have the kills to back it up as well. Zeus now with that Dustblade complete. He did this all through the LCK playoffs. He loves to play this in Lethality style. Even when he's playing into tanks, he was still doing this, and he was able to really make it work, Chronicler, by finding the backline in these fights.
Well, there's a couple of interesting itemization choices on T1. You already commented on the Aatrox as well as the Neela, but it looks like Faker's actually going for Crown into Banshees.
Yeah.
So, like, the man is really going for defensive playstyles in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Thus far, Faker...
Thank you, MasterCard.
I normally am not a fan of going for these type of full supportive builds, but if you're 1,500 gold up, might get away with it.
And honestly, I think his read is probably that he's the only one that is vulnerable in these engages. If he feels that, hey, the Neela can stay safe, you know, with the W and the R, amping healing, you know, that can't afford to actually all in on Carrier, then hey,
Oh,
maybe
no.
it's gonna work out.
Forward.
Okay,
Flash
they're
out
good, they're
safe
good,
for
they're
Carry
good.
is clean. TP now coming in just to cover the play in the mid lane just in case.
Okay.
Crown buff will
Ooh.
fade away, but T1 leveraging that TP just to ensure that they come out on top in the skirmish will not
Yo,
work
Faker's
out. for Hong.
bloodthirsty
Also,
right
honestly,
now, dude.
it's double AP
He
soul
really
laners,
wants to fucking
plus it's a blitzcrank,
put Scout
right?
to
So
the ground, man.
having that Banshee's Veil actually has incredibly high value.
He really wants
not
to put
only
him to
against
the
the hard
ground.
all-ins, but against even just having that MR
Stop
is
him
pretty
from
high
playing
value.
the game.
So I agree, people very critical of these really defensive builds, but maybe in this case it works out.
Oh,
because
here
you've
we
got a
go
lot of
again.
damage on this T1 team.
Zeus just walking out fearlessly, and this sucks for LNG. This was the guy you set up to pull ahead. The map was split to isolate top lane, but that 1v1 costing so much now as we get later into the game.
And Zeus, you know, for all his struggles that he has found in finals, and specifically against Doran, was, I think, the member that even during the tough times for T1 this summer, looked the most composed.
Yeah.
It's really easy to forget that this is a player that has only been the starter for 2 years, right? Like, he's obviously been a mainstay for T1, but hasn't been around for that long.
Duskblade Aatrox?
Whole T1
And
team,
actually
you know,
never
the
seen
ball
those.
beside Faker, you know, is incredibly.
It's more
incredibly
going
even for
offensive,
pro
I
standards,
guess.
But it just feels like they're such veterans.
'Cause I feel like
they
he's just
make
ahead.
every deep run. You know, every
No,
time
he's
they
not
show up to
really
these
ahead,
international events,
but-
they keep getting far. And yes, they have not
I guess they
won
just
that
wanna
big
play-
international event yet, but they have gotten close time and time again.
And really big now is that
Confident. I
LNG
think
is
he's just
able to
confident that
create
he can-
some vision denial against T1, right?
can do
You
it.
want to have at least an opportunity to maybe try and hook someone in, get a lead, because with the goal deficit the way it is, I feel like LNG is going to be forced to contest for this Drake. Like, Soul Point Infernal Soul is not going to be very fun and interactive to play into. You can see as well that they're already making their way over. And we'll have to see if LNG can find a way, because if they can win a fight here, it might be an avenue back into the game.
It's also Gale Force for Guma, so he's not going Navori. I've seen a lot more Navori in
no
solo
idea,
queue as
man.
well. But going for that
30K
Gale Force
already.
doesn't give you
Jesus
additional
fucking
playmaking.
Christ.
Pro's obviously a really big fan of this item. Allows you to close the gap. You can see that he is also playing Ghost, so between the flash, the dashes
They're
with
just
the
good
E,
at
you
CSing.
can try to get in on that back line, snap people in with the ulti. You have carry with the ulti over the top to support. And T1 is just going to try to pile in massive amounts of AoE damage. Started off by Guma. You have Owner going in. You have the Shockwave going in. You have AoE damage coming out from Zeus. And if they can pull off that engage, it's going to be incredibly difficult for LNG, I think, to turn it around.
And I think one thing that LNG needs to consider is we see this all in on the top side. Zeus getting the Q3 in, but not quite as much sustained as initially expected. Hex Drinker pocked. Won't result in much more. Both sides simply backing away. A trade of ultimates. But you can see here, a lot of T1's composition leveraging the power of healing. Might need to see some reduction from the side of LNG, but TP coming top side.
They're all coming. There's 4 at top right now.
Full focus on getting this objective bounty. Zeus, flag and drag. We'll just get the flash in the end. Tower picked up on the bottom side as well.
That's going to be double objective bounty in about 30 seconds there for LNG. They got the tier 1 bot. They're taking the tier 1 top. Yes, they're going to be losing that dragon, but they've made the call here. And this is more the LNG that I know that is not going to fight these fights where they think they're disadvantaged, right? And that's why it was so surprising to see them take some earlier on. But they're just going to play the map. They're going to try to get as much gold in the pockets of their carries as possible and attempt to be ready for this Soul fight, which is very likely to be game deciding here in 5 minutes.
At the same time, I wouldn't be
this is
surprised knowing
going
T1
so
if they
fast,
don't even
bro.
opt into a Soul fight
Jesus
in
Christ.
5 minutes, but just head straight
Dude,
towards the Baron.
we're
I think
only
that this
18
team has
minutes
been
in the
known
game.
for a really long time.
There's just
I
so
think
much
in summer they cooled it down a little
they
bit.
got done.
Didn't really work out quite as well as it has in the
God
past.
damn. 18
We'll
minutes,
see
dude.
if LNG
They got
find
a
a way,
lot of
because I
shit
do agree.
done.
I think that fighting there is always
Turrets,
going to lose you the
dragon.
game.
Yeah.
LNG identified the best opportunity
Insane.
to still get something out of the
And
play.
Rift.
And it's going to be Crown
God
into
damn, bro.
Mashers here for Scout. So again, respecting the upfront damage, respecting that potential
It's pretty
engage.
impressive.
And Zeus just all aboard the lethality train here. He's going more and more towards it. I think we're going to see Collector second for Guma. And, you know, just looking towards this kind of heavy burst style build does make armor very, very valuable when you have 3 lethality users over on the T1 side. But, you know, we're not seeing anything really itemized in towards just yet.
And it's tricky because Neela is an incredibly obnoxious champion. Every bit of crit she buys gives her percentage armor pen as well as healing when she does damage to champions. So oftentimes you'll wonder, why is Neela hitting so hard? It's because to make a melee carry work, they had to give her ridiculous frickin' scaling. And you will feel it at 2 items, most certainly. You will feel it even more at 3 items. If this champion is not blown up in a fight, she will take over in extended engages.
There is also the fact that we've seen the most, I think that one of the most successful combos in this tournament has been Rakan
get another
or
charge
Rel
here.
combined with Jarvan, right? Like that combo, or Rel and Rakan together. And without
damn,
the Neela,
bro.
T1 wouldn't really have anything to, outside of a Shockwave, to
God
really
damn.
follow up in the same way. And particularly with Guild Force, I think it'll be really easy for
So
Guma
ahead.
to follow up if a good engage is found.
Absolutely, and I even think there's opportunities to just start it off yourself if you do find that angle, right? That's what makes this champion so unique, is that you can be the primary engage, and it's not really in a way that any other AD carry can. Sure, there's champions like Ashe, but it's obviously very different shooting an arrow out versus shooting yourself out.
Sure. And she's also one of the only AD carries in the game that can go, oh, Gwen wants to jump on top of me? That's fine. You know, this is a champion who can block so many of those empowered autos. Yes, she can't block the snip, but can take a lot of these diving champions on head-to-head if they don't have backup from a player like Gala or Scout. Hook going just a little bit wide there, but you can see LNG fighting tooth and nail to get a little bit of vision down here, just to make sure that T1 cannot attempt to sneak the Baron. T1 no mid-prio yet, but with Guma coming out of the base, with Collector, they will start to fight back for some of this vision control.
This is also where you see the Umbral Glaive get a ton of value, right? And the fact that Keria is able to consistently take away some of the vision of LNG. Although I gotta say, with this ward surviving, I think they still have a pretty good idea of T1 not actually starting the Baron yet, combined with the fact that they have, I think, a ward right in front of the pit.
Yep, they do.
Which is good scouting on LNG's part, knowing T1 and their knack for starting Barons on a moment notice.
Scout here on the side. He's just going to lay down a little bit of poke here, get the Conqueror stacked up against Owner. Blitz. I'm just going to continue to fish for these picks. But Banshee's Veil plus Crown
Yep.
You know, you talked about it earlier as a build. It's obviously a very conservative build, but at the same time, no one is ever killing Faker. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially from the position that T1 are in. And there's so many threats on this team that it's going to be really difficult to get into the backline towards him. But at the same time, you know, you have to respect the fact that Scout is on his ultimate comfort pick. Gala on his ultimate comfort pick is on 2 items. Scout likely to have his Nashers done relatively soon. And LNG, I think, are going to hope to get their 2 items done before this next Dragon. And I think that is where they're going to try to just draw the line in the sand and try to turn this game around. If you can win a big fight there, if you can take that Dragon away from T1, maybe knock some of these towers off the map, all of a sudden, the game becomes within reach.
And do note as well, talking about 2-item power spikes, Zay is actually finishing the Edge of Night, another Blitzcrank counter item, right?
Yep.
Making it hard for him to get hooked in. Owner with the Knight's Vow, which I think he put on Guma just now.
Yeah, there's really not good poke either on LNG's side to actually knock
They're
off
just
Banshee's
clearing
Origin.
the shit out of the
Not a lot of ways. And
enemy team's vision,
about 30
man.
seconds.
God damn.
This is going to be a must-win fight for LNG. Infernal Soul also going to take away a lot of the potential problems with lethality. Because if you add all the extra damage on top of that, it's not going to be nearly as much of a problem. Or T1 might pivot towards the Nash.
We'll see what T1 want to do, but this is an opportunity. 2 items across the board, just about for the side of LNG. Maybe a chance to fight their way back into this game. Some unforced errors earlier on, costing them dearly as we've gotten later into this game. So they can reset the script right here if they can find the right angle on this fight.
Faker.
You can see both teams trying to
can't
fight
even
for
hook
this
Faker.
mid lane wave, but all the vision for T1 is focused
Damn.
towards that Baron side, and T1
Banshee
do have mid
Veil.
cryo.
They need to
the
pop the
Dragon
Banshee
spawning
Veil.
just now, so will LNG just try to rush it? And the answer is going to be yes. Zika's already on it, and T1 are coming, so the fight is going to be on.
Have to be careful about locking themselves in the pit. Keep your eyes on Guma if he gets to the back line. Owner now stepping forward.
Oh my god, they stole it. Oh my god.
Continuing to step up, but Zeka needs to be the difference maker. Zeka needs to hold on, but there are too many members.
Oh my goodness. It's over. Oh my god. Beautiful.
And Zeka tries heroically, but it's not enough. The steal comes through. T1 have the gold lead.
And they're gonna get
and they're
Baron.
able to
Oh,
take a
I think this is
commanding
game.
and only carrier ends up going down.
Busan erupts as T1 claim the soul, claim the ace, and claim
Wow,
the Baron,
dude.
and you have to
Wow.
think they've claimed game 1 as well.
An incredible start to the series from T1, showing us something new here
Wow.
on the world stage with the Neela. But you can see the start of this fight, everything they could want, and it only gets better from the moment that Infernal
You
is
can't
stolen.
let
Not
them
able to really do
penetrate
anything
there,
with this
bro.
Blitzcrank. I mean, Hong not able to find an angle to
Oh
engage.
my God.
LNG so focused on trying to actually knock down this Dragon that Zika's not in a good position as the fight starts. And then Gala just gets tipped
No,
there, and his
don't
mom hooks
hook!
him. He hooks Zeus in. Thanks for the alley-oop. He slams it
Oh
down
my
on
god,
Gala.
Blitz.
Gentlemen, I'm
Why?
not trying to flame anybody, but I don't think Hong is going to play Blitz again.
It's the self-ban angle.
This is-
It
Dude,
might be
I-
the self-ban angle.
I play
Yeah,
better Blitz
as
than
you
this
pointed out at
guy,
the beginning
man.
of the
What
match,
the fuck?
Zil, is very much, it's hit or miss.
Yeah.
No.
That was the first hook,
This was miss or
Chronicler.
miss.
Yeah.
That was the first hook. The first hit was a miss.
Oh no, dude.
Or a hit if you're a T1 fan.
True. They might want more. They might say, let's run it back.
True, yeah.
Would be understandable, but look at the teamfight damage. Look at how many threats there are. The lethality Aatrox hitting like a truck, combined with the Neela,
Christ,
combined with Faker, even on this super tanky build, still outputting so much damage.
Oh my god.
Not quite going to connect there onto Owner. He could feel the wind on his backside, but T1 just barreling down the bottom lane.
And honestly, it's just been a tough one for LNG because you lost topside around these engages at Herald, around this engage in mid lane. Your bot lane in the 2v2 doesn't really stand much of a chance. You're perma
Dude,
pushed
this
in.
Blitz cannot
so
hook,
even
man.
once this Blitzcrank
Oh
got
my
out of lane, there
God.
wasn't much recourse for him. And T1 on the push. Zeus maybe in trouble.
Zeus off to the side, but LNG have to be careful about overcommitting. Zeus still just taunting them, teasing them. Blitzcrank, can the hook come out? Cataclysm locking him in. They will connect.
No, don't do that!
Gumayushi ascending to God.
No, Blitz, what are you doing?
Two shreds. T1 too far ahead.
Blitz, what are you doing?
Ace for T1. Baker shockwaves
Let's go,
some
baby.
minions just to speed up the demise of LNG. The Korean
Let's
fans
go.
erupt here as T1 gonna claim game number 1.
Busan will not be silenced yet.
Easy.
And incredible start for T1.
Very nice.
LNG kicking
Let's go.
themselves after that early game, and to be honest, it was a mess there as we got later and later into the game. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board as we get ready for game 2.
And coming into this game,
this guy is
for
the
me, as I
worst
mentioned at the beginning,
blitz
the most
I've
important
ever
player
seen.
on the T1 side was Owner. How was he going to be able to play?
Nah, bro,
And I
put
think it was him
Blitzcrank,
and
the actual
Faker, the
streamer,
combination of the Rel
on this
plus
team,
the
bro,
Orianna
playing
that ended up
Blitzcrank.
being really big.
Hell
and then also
no.
on the flip side, Tarzan in
Hell
particular,
no, dude.
having a really rough game on the Jarvan. Like, they picked that away,
That
which
was
I
the
think was the right
worst
call. But after
blitz
a game like
performance
that, I
I've
don't know if
ever
he can do it a
seen,
second
dude.
time.
I mean, I think he had a bad
Like,
game, but I
what
also
the
have to
fuck,
criticize
man?
Scout. I'm a massive Scout
Yeah,
fan, but I
T1,
don't
yo,
think he was on
¿cómo
point
está?
with his engages either. You know, the engage that he went in for over by the Herald
Yo,
fight did not
T1
work out. The one around
won
mid
the
lane
first
did not
game,
work
bro.
out either. And LNG have got to calm
Nanalo
down, go
sila.
back to the drawing board because they just got absolutely
Anong
rinsed
team
by
mo?
T1.
And it's super concerning when you look at the elation of those
Oh my
first 3 picks, how solid that looked for LNG, turning it into that performance that just did not match that initial assessment. Let's
Ang
send things
bilis.
over to the
Ang
analyst desk to
bilis
talk a little
naman,
bit more
Sid.
about that game 1.
Thank you so much,
Tapos
Dracos.
na yung first
Korea
match.
has put all their faith in Faker and T1, and they have delivered in game 1 at the very least. They have given everyone hope, I think, because what a shellacking they gave to LNG.
That was a beatdown shot.
Yeah,
that was
that was
actually
just
amazing.
like-
And it started in the draft. It was from
was
draft
a
all the
fucking-
way through the game.
that was like a
So well
tutorial,
played
bro.
by them. Massive, massive
Wala, I
props here to
only know T1
when
though.
all of
Hindi
the
naman
pressure
kasi
is
ako
on. The
nanonood
entire
yan.
country is looking
Dude.
intently at you, and T1 answered.
It does
Yung
feel a little
support
bit like
nila,
Scout
yung
after all
si
this time, though,
LNG.
because that is probably some of the worst League of Legends I've
Hindi
seen that
marunong
man play in
mag-blitzcrank.
a long, long time.
Ay,
It felt like one of those movies
lagi
where the
siyang
student
nagduguhok
finally comes
ng
up to
mga
the
tank.
master and they're like, all right,
Tapos
I'm ready to take down the
patay
master.
sila
Let's
lahat.
go, let's go. And Faker was like,
And then they make mistakes.
It was crazy. I
They
mean, it
make
started
massive
in the
mistakes.
laning phase, right? Exactly. Is that jitters? What is that?
It did
Oh,
look like
man.
it. I mean, so many of
Yung
Scout's
nakita mo?
movements and,
What the
and
fuck,
his
bro?
engages were really kind of off here. They even had the one where he goes in and then Tarzan goes in by himself and
God,
feeds another
dude.
one over. It was kind
They're
of
not
crazy
gonna
how
play
Faker
blitz.
remained calm
Hell
the whole
no.
time. If you remember back to that Rift Herald fight they're talking about,
There can only
Faker
be
just
one
walks
Blitzcrank
away
that's
from
really
Scout's
good,
engage,
which is-
and then Tarzan as well. And Scout
which is
goes in and he
Blitzcrank,
wins.
with
And
the
Scout
streamer
Golden that
Blitzcrank.
caused so many issues. Like even in the get-go, that level 1, well, we had them where
Or
they
the
had
player
that split
named
map, They were
Blitzcrank.
trying to play around Tarzan, who was maybe setting up a dive top, had found an advantage by
worst.
clearing
Like, what
it
is
through
this?
quadrant.
What is
Yeah,
that?
Then
yeah,
whatever
what is
the
this
hell
one?
happened
Yeah.
After this, as you can see, just leads to this. I mean, it's a shellacking.
Now
by
they got
T1, but I don't know what the
pressured.
thought process is.
Pressure.
They're
Yeah,
sweating.
and there's no like,
Pressure.
this is so against what we're used to seeing from LNG domestically, right? Like these are like obviously T1, they came out, this is a statement victory for them, but there are also some highly questionable plays coming out of LNG that they did not have to make. And usually when they get set behind by other teams in the LPL, they play so controlled around like turtling for
The
mid
student
to late,
got
and then they
schooled.
try to win in mid to late game team fights when they are on better item breakpoints or when they think they can set up. And the only kind of
Student
instance
got
that we
schooled,
saw
bro.
was that kind of like tier 1 bot, tier 1 top trade when they gave up third Drake. But even then, like this is just a lot of unforced errors from LNG that we're not used to seeing.
And I guess
Faker
one of
is
the
just
big
like,
examples was the Herald fight,
like, he
where
was like,
you all said,
I
this is
expected
weird.
more,
Why
bro.
are you going for this?
I mean, it is first
that was
Herald,
just the
which, you know,
tutorial.
actually do have a habit
Right, I love
of
it.
maybe overextending
In
for
Faker's mind, I was like, what the fuck is this?
Scout's massively far behind. You don't even connect onto people that have damage.
this
Think
even
about a
Worlds?
Legion Lear, which you don't actually want to try and fight on as the Gwen at this point. You don't connect except for the tank in this fight as Scout.
Yeah.
And then you've just got no damage actually set up to try and clear for that. It was
They doomed themselves,
bizarre
bro.
that they tried to take that fight
LNG.
after they'd just been set so far
With
behind the
the
early stage.
And then
that
for that to
zero
be
ult,
followed by the mid lane
the
play
J4,
that we saw
and the
before
Blitz,
this was
man.
just like, whoa.
Whoa, it
They
was
doomed
crazy.
themselves
They seem
in
out
their
of sorts,
plays.
right? LNG for now, that's something they're going to have to clean up. Let's take a look at the 24-minute Drake fight, which was the nail in the coffin. I know they were
Oh
so
my
far
God,
ahead, but
man.
Owner just walks in and takes it, by
Yeah,
the
you
way.
cannot
even
let
though they
Owner
had the
penetrate like
positioning.
that.
This was so sick. Owner goes in with his crash down. Look at
And
the
he
rest
got
of
it.
T1 on the follow-up engage, though, as well. They immediately take it, and Guma has bought a stopwatch for this. Goes in on the Neela.
shockwaves them himself.
It does feel like, though, when you get to this point in the game as T1, you're actually just untouchable. You have the Senna there for the healing. You've got the shield coming through. You got an Aatrox who's healing for days.
Yeah.
I mean, and even a Radiant Virtue was on the rail. Like, no one's going to die on this squad when they're that far ahead at this
Bot
stage.
gap,
So they're happy
jungle
to just walk
gap.
in and take it.
Yeah, and this is where I actually would like to credit T1's
everything
red side
gap,
draft.
bro.
We've actually seen a lot of really interesting red side drafts coming out after blue side was so heavily favored earlier on in this tournament. And I love the Senna-Neela rotation. Like, we were kind of sitting here calling for it. We're like, Neela, come on, Guma. Like, you got to do it. And it was a really good place for it. And it also showcases something that we brought up initially, which is that in this kind of meta that a lot of the other LPL teams have brought to the table with some of these bot lanes, T1 are perfectly
They might ban
capable
Senna
of playing
next.
in it. And
They
you even
have to
saw
ban
LNG
Senna.
recognize that with the Caitlyn and Renata bans coming out.
And they
of
have to
blue.
ban
It was
Rel.
so smart because it was set up by yesterday. T1, or not yesterday, but when their last games, when they played
They have to
VLG,
ban those.
they had 2 Tahm Kench
Rel
games.
is just
So you think, all right, we're going to
force
counter
to
this
be
Tahm Kench
reckoned with,
before
bro.
they even pick it.
Right now,
Blitzcrank, so
he
we
just
can kill his shield,
excels
and
in
we can pull him
team
in and get 2 for
fight,
1, and then they hit you with the Neela. Not every team can do this. Neela is a very rare champion, but I remember right when the champ came out, Guma was one of the pro players that spammed her in solo queue when very few other players were putting the time, the work,
Now
the
they
effort
felt the
into
wrath.
it. Guma usually
T1,
put
bro.
in that work on this
That's
chance
just
to
a
be able
hint.
to have it so
No, that's
ready
just a
for
hint.
this moment.
What
I actually
T1
thought
can
it would be
do.
a pick that we saw more often, to be honest. Senna
It's
Neela
not
has
even the
been
full power
really,
of
really
what
strong. We saw it
T1
a lot
can
of the
do.
Mia Masters. We saw that coming out there.
Yeah,
we know
from
that some of the
EMS.
LEC
This was
And
like-
Masters to World's
Like maybe
Quarterfinals.
60%
No,
power.
seriously, it's like something that the teams have been practicing, and I thought we'd see it a lot more sooner. But I think, as you say, it's a great response to a lot of what we're seeing in the meta at the moment, being able to confuse, draw that opportunity to bring out something that's a bit new to the stage, and they performed fantastically on it. Like, they were destroying the bot lane. They were up like 10 to 12 CS at this stage.
They did. It was phenomenal from T1 in this first game, but it is a best of 5, so we have to temper just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break and see if LNG can gear up for game 2.
All right, let's see the memes. Oh my god, 2 drops, bro. I got 2 drops here. Holy shit. The World Cup. I got fucking 2 drops. Yo, I like this. Yo, this emote is so funny.
This will be our biggest adventure.
Oh, yes. I'm gonna use this. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. Damn, dude. What a... That's insane, man. Korean woman over everything else.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from
Damn.
Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My dream chair. I'm gonna get some snack, man. We're back.
Wherever I go, I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, and let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no flames getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. It gets hotter, close to the sun. When you're a renegade, up on the run. 'Cause that's victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no flames getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire.
Got some Kit Kat and some Doritos. They might ban Faker's Ori next.
Scout on the flank, however, going to look for the shove. Is going to manage to catch only Zeus in the meantime. Baker still standing strong. Shockwave getting good damage down. T1 quick to force the fight. The Herald still connects. Now Baker going to be in trouble, but again, there's no follow-up damage here. Orianna just sitting pretty. Thank you very much, Tarzan. That was terrible. And now what the hell? T1, they're living rent-free in the heads of LNG. Stepping forward, Dragon Soul stolen, and now it's Gumayushi looking to tear through the entire team. Zeus stands strong on the backside of the fight, taking down so many members on the side of LNG.
All right.
Welcome back to
See
Worlds
what they can do
2023,
now.
where we are heading into Game 2 between LNG and
I know
T1.
they're
And
pissed.
as you just saw,
They're pissed about
literally
that
5
one.
seconds ago, that game was not close.
It's interesting because that's about the same game time as it was as well.
Which for Chronicler feels good. He's trying to contain himself. He doesn't want to get excited
I
as
know.
an LCK representative, and I understand why.
LNG
And I
is
think
pissed.
for LNG and LNG fans, kind of just praying for a reset. Just start over. That one didn't count. Show us a little bit more, because there were so many small individual mistakes that regardless of what happened in draft, you can draft all you want, but if you're just going to leap into an Orianna with no damage, you're never going to have a good time.
Yeah, there are a couple of questions that I have going in. I think the Senna, at least in second rotation, should get taken away. I think T1 are very happy to use the flexibility that it provides, as we do actually see a really big pivot here. This is looking to me like a B1 Orianna angle. Jarvan and Azir both taken away right from the get-go.
And LNG are on blue side, so it's obviously going to be a bit of a different game with that change-up. They are able to select that. So Orianna getting a ban.
Why did
now.
they
Now the
self-ban
question is,
Azir
where
and
do you go
Big
from here with that
Borbo?
Orianna ban? Maokai would make some sense, but you obviously, if you are playing on blue side, can't go for the Maokai Jace, which is kind of that priority pairing.
Yep.
So now I'm kind of interested if T1 would be concerned about it enough to try to take that Jace away, because that is one of those really top-level pairings that people hate to give.
Would also be a flex pick for T1. Zeus has actually still plays it top, even though it isn't that popular anymore. Definitely one of his comfort champions. And yeah, the Kai'Sa for me is the other big one, because I think that Gala individually on the Kai'Sa looked great. I don't think he was the problem in that game.
No.
I think it was more so the fact he was playing into a lane that relied on Hung hitting blitzcrank hooks, which didn't happen. And then come mid-game, like, what was he going to do with his team already being so far behind?
I think you're completely correct.
Oh,
there.
boy.
I think we didn't really get
Aatrox
to see
again.
most of their composition work at all because they fell so far behind in the early to mid-game that even if Kai'Sa had been able to do something, it just wouldn't have been impactful with the gold and level discrepancy we saw. That said, Aatrox again locked in, confident to double down on the blind pick, and no reason you shouldn't be. Zeus was behind, put behind in the individual matchup, and still came out on top in the 1v1s.
And I think so much of that really came down to this fight around Herald that went so bad. You know, Zika was ahead prior to that. They had the gank. He got the first blood. He had a massive CS advantage. About 20 CS, I believe it was at that time. But that fight goes so bad, it really brought Zeus back in it. And then, of course, Zeus got the solo kill from there, really took over. It is going to be the Jace, as expected. Should be going towards Scout. And now we have to find out where they want to go from here. Do you pick a top laner now? Are you willing to go back towards that Gwen? Are you scared off of it after that first game? Renekton, definitely a stable pick, but it is going to be Gwen again. And I think it makes sense, right? Like, I don't think you can just completely doubt yourself or your picks after that first game because it was so much down to execution and there were so many errors. You know, you talked about the small errors, but there was also massive ones as well.
Oh, as it is the Silas locked in. We've seen this picked a ton into the Maokai specifically. We'll be able to get an insane amount of counter value there. Also has been very high on the ban list against a lot of other LCK teams that have already highly prioritized the champion. My main issue with the Gwen, and I don't think this is player dependent, is that it does feel like a lot of the game deciding fights in the current meta happen before Gwen truly is like the 1v9 machine that we know she can be. I feel like her free item breakpoint is absolutely nuts. But a lot of games are decided before that, and I think that's where the Renekton, to me, even though it does make you very heavy on the AP, could have maybe provided more of a counterweight in mid-game.
Might have been able to. I think my attention is naturally drawn to the mid lane now because we've gotten so used to Orianna kind of Azir matchups, whereas instead now we have this Jace Sylas, a much more explosive, potentially much more volatile mid lane matchup. Scout said in his interview with Lore back in Swiss, like, hey, I don't feel like mid lane has a lot of agency right now to carry the game. Very different story in this kind of matchup.
I agree, and I think Faker, most people would not have expecting him to get the better of Scout in the 1v1. And in that first game, Faker absolutely did. This time, Scout is going to have the agency in the early levels on the Jace to try to push in, to try to punish this Sylas. And it is going to be the Varus, which I always think, you know, is nice in some of these early situations because it is really flexible. You can go AP, you can go on hit, you can go lethality. There's lots of different angles here. Nice. I do think they need some consistent DPS, so I am expecting it to be either AP or just purely on hit. But knowing Guma, would you say it's more likely to be AP?
That would be nice.
I think given how a lot of the LCK teams have been using it, it's probably lethality, especially with the amount of setup that's already available. And I think that also playing into LNG, there is a lot of threats there where you don't really get to be close up and actually deal damage. I think if it's like an Ornn or a more of a frontline pick in the top side, maybe. But would expect this to be the lethality specifically. There is also still the flex potential again here with the Rel. Varus Rel, very strong bot side with a ton of power. And there is the opportunity for Owner to go to swords, something like his lead. This is a 5 counter pick opportunity though, and is it going to be the double marksman?
Oh my god.
This is so funny because I was talking about that in Pick and Ban for game number 1, how Carry was so flexible during this meta, where he was one of those guys that you really could count on in this double marksman meta. We have not been seeing it in a long time. Do you think it's going to be the support Ashe or the support Varus? Because both of those were somewhat valid at the time.
I mean, we'll see where they want to go. Again, they have till 20 seconds to decide what lane or who wants to pick what champion, but I feel like LNG have just been consistently on the back foot. Again, the second game they had the loss, they opted for blue side. T1, again, using this support counter pick to such great effectiveness, at least in terms of throwing off LNG plans. That said, still have to execute in game.
It's going to be so interesting because, you know, when we saw these kind of lanes back in the day, it was a lot of double Halo blades, you know, all about the early levels, all about the aggression, really utilizing that power to try to harass someone like the Rakan down before they can even look for those engages, before they can call their jungler down. Because if you can keep them chipped out, if you can keep them pushed in, then it's very easy to track the jungler. And Tarzan's job also becomes a lot more difficult against the hawk shot that Keria is going to have. So it's not just going to be the wards he has to circumvent. He has to worry about these hawk shots and getting tracked from that, worry about potential invades coming in from Owner on the Rel as well. So I do think there's going to be a lot of pressure already here on how Gala and Hong are going to be able to actually work this.
And this was specifically a type of pairings where T1 looked monstrously far ahead of everyone
fucking hate
else
Ashe, bro.
during the spring
So
meta,
annoying.
right? When it was all about, and we saw like Caitlyn support.
Yep.
Once she has
Varus,
that-
the Ashe, right? We basically saw everything. Yeah,
The
Her
worst
Hughes-
time to play
her
bot lane in the
Hughes-
history of
it
bot
was
lane.
not fun.
Or the
Cannot
best, depending on if
escape.
you enjoyed those supports.
Yeah, it was.
Or if your name was Carrier.
Yeah.
It was every single game, right? Every single game, you heal level 1 just to get prio of the wave, and
Yeah.
then from that point on, the game becomes very unfun to play for the opponents.
And it is going to be the double Hail of Blades I was talking about, so they're clearly going to be going all in for that early prio in that first couple levels here, trying to chunk down Hong, who's been spotted, and
2 slows already
Oh!
coming through. The stun going to connect. The abduct forcing out the W star coming in from Hong. Now walking away. That's the heal you mentioned at level 1. A little sooner than we expected, Chronicler, but just trying to zone the Rakan away.
yeah, I think they thought they might be able to actually get all the way in to force out a summoner.
Oh, my bad.
The heal does get kind of wasted there, so it kind of moves a lot of the advantage they've had from that initial attack. You can also see Gala, knowing how hard this lane is going to be, he's on Boots 4-pot. So this is about as defensive as a start as you can get, trying to have the sustain to survive, and trying to have the ability to sidestep and avoid a lot of this damage.
The damage is still done, though, because Hong had to start with his W level 1, right? Like,
Yep.
one of the big advantages that I think Rakan has gotten, and why his laning phase that used to be one of his weak points has gotten way stronger than it used to be, is because if you hit your Gleaming Quail, you can tank so much of the damage, but now you're basically not going to be able to contest this early game at all. And Keria and Guma, that's right where they want to be.
So frustrating to play against this volley. Hail Blades now proc. Hong just has to back away. Eating 2 of those autos. Nice bit of gold over to the side of Keria. And remember that you can earn exclusive Worlds 2023 drops, linking your Riot account on lawesports.com. Worlds emotes, icons. Get in there. Get your stuff just like Boris is getting in there right now because Hail of Blades, baby!
Oh, man.
You can't win a trade against it. That's the fun part.
Big here as well is that T1 did place the ward down on Raptor, so they know that Tarzan is towards the top side of the map. So there's 2 options. Either T1 need to get the wave in before there is an opportunity to gank, set up some Triburst Vision, or have Owner path towards the bot side. It looks like that's not going to be the case, though. They made the read, and Owner now can invade towards top side or look for a gank on Scout.
Well, they saw that he had no blue buff, so
Yeah.
Owner's just going to invade on the blue because that ward over by Raptors saw him. They know that he didn't go up towards that blue, so it's going to be the blue taken away, and
boy.
Owner could potentially even get the Gromp as well and really get far ahead. And that Hawk shot, I do believe, actually spotted them. Yeah, you can see the
Yeah,
pings
it
over on
spotted him.
Tarzan there. So that's the angle. When you get the push here, it's so easy to get that perfect angle on Ashe to be able to spot out all of these bot side camps and even some of the top side camps. And you can see the damage already being done. This is going to be the first waves crashing in at 3 minutes, and they're likely going to get a plate right now.
They're going to get a plate. Owner's very likely to reset and then be able to take his entire bottom side jungle while his bot lane has priority. So there will be no counter punch, no counter play for LNG, unless they can force something top. This is a clean early game from T1 thus far.
I also think there's a potential double scuttle angle. I think he can do the topside scuttle. He has so much prio on bot side, you can't really contest for that scuttle. So it could be invade, 2 camps taken away, and Scout maybe
Instead,
even...
the gank looking to force. Stun comes out on the Shattering Strike, just a bit of pork.
Yeah, that was necessary from Scout. If he does not early flash there, he's going to get Q flash, he's going to get flinged in, and I think he's dead.
Oh, they do spot Tarzan. We'll see if Owner wants to contest here. Zika does have early prio towards the top side, so this does deny the double scuttle, and that's a big win for LNG. Allows Tarzan to actually maintain some parity when it comes to farm.
And I think that's the cost of the attempted gank, right? Because he could have just stayed and taken that scuttle on spawn, but instead he does elect to actually go for this. And Tarzan now is hoping that, hey, are Raptors up? Can I actually invade for this? He goes and looks, but Raptors are not there. So there's nothing really for him to take. The scuttle's being taken on bot side by Owner, and now he can clear back into his bot side, take those 3 camps, can even look up towards the Krugs respawn, and you can see the T1 pings on their own Krugs because they're saying, hey, watch out, Zeus, because this is the one place that Tarzan could look for a gank right now. If he's up by my Krugs, he could be looking for a gank in behind.
Well, no gets spotted there with the sapling going over to the ward, so we see the pings. T1 again is aware. We've got to say, though, Gala and Hung able to take the early beating decently well. There is still a lot of sustain available, though, for Guma. Double cookies as well as a refillable potion for the Varus.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Faker losing the sustain war. He hasn't recalled yet.
Oh, I want to see this.
Used his
And
TP
they
back
kill
lane.
him.
Potential window here to try to capitalize on. Faker still has the flash available. The healing as well. Can he find a target? He's going to flash back under the tower. Shock blast there. Faker making it out to safety. Scout looking for the healing now coming in. Trying to find the 1-for-1, but Scout will stand strong. Getting the kill on a Faker in the mid lane.
That's huge for LNG, and a mistake from Faker. Steps back. He had evaded the gank. He had gotten away, but he wanted to greed out for it. Owner, though, Does spot Scout.
Mounted up. The sapling going to slow him down enough that Scout can't escape. TP now coming in, though. Faker most likely just going to catch the wave here. Do they want to commit for anything else?
The delay actually means a lot because Scout had already committed his TP prior to that play. So now that there's that big delay, he's going to lose likely a full wave as Faker is going to be able to bounce and push this back in.
That's
and
actually
T1
worth
they have
for
full
Faker.
prio for this dragon here, so they're going to be able to start this up. There's no way Jace can join.
Really
timed
important
it
that the
for the
gank
wave
works out there because Tarzan was
crash.
like level 3 when that started off. And if that play doesn't end up working out, they fall behind very much now. Able to get Scout ahead early as we see the gank come through here again.
Yeah, not much to this, honestly. Nice E here from Faker. Buys a little bit of space. The Shock Blast does connect, but then the flash out, and it's just greed. He goes back in, wants to see if he could get some XP or get some of those minions. Does give over the first blood, but again, look at the gold. It's T1 up gold. When it's 6 minutes you have a first blood, that is a massive difference they have actually overcome just through farm and through the play already on bot side. You can see, look at Gala's position. You know, he had to buy those 4 pots early on, had to use them all in that first kind of cycle of laning phase. And now on the other side, you've got some early lethality picked up. You've got tier 2 boots early on here from Keria, which is one of the really nice advantages about actually playing these ranged supports here, is that it's so easy to farm gold compared to a relic shield. You get so much more gold as long as you have access to these autos and to actually hitting in on that. So great early buys for T1's bottom lane.
Certainly, and I think it's frustrating too because the gold lead is actually bigger than implied because you've already spent 200 gold on pots in the case of Gala. You've already lost so much gold just going for consumables. Guma has the refillable, not losing nearly as much, and this is going to be frustrating as they go further into the lane. Boots 2 going to make it safer, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Tarzan in the area, but again, the hawk shots coming through.
Yeah, also the ward there in the Pixel Brush actually spotting him, and it doesn't look like LNG are aware of that, so ward's going to remain there and continue giving information over. I do think that T1 specifically have already been on good track with this, but especially with these double AD carry comps, which if you haven't watched in Spring, used to be all the rage, it's really important you start stacking the dragons early. I do think it's a type of comp where once you lose control, you're in trouble, but if you don't...
massive damage! The escape barely
Guardian.
coming through there.
That was really close, and yeah, I agree. You have to really stay ahead because as much as you can kind of really deal a lot of punishment to these bottom lanes, all of a sudden, Rakan hits 6 and the jungler shows up and you get flashed on and you're both dead. Well, there goes your lead, right? So you do have to pay respect to that, but look at Keria. He was wrapping around, wanted to zone Gala off, so it's going to be at least one more play going T1's way. It's going to be not only pushing Hong back and almost killing him, it's now a nearly 20 CS lead because of the CS being denied from Gala. His buys are going to be horrible, and there's going to be so much pressure now on the soul lanes.
Barely avoiding the tiny little kitty cats.
But Owner didn't know that they didn't know, so he has to back off because Zika's making his way over.
In the game
He's
of
like,
poker, they won. The bluff was successful, unintentionally so, but working nonetheless. As Owner's now going to back away. The one strong point of the map right now is Zik on the top side, winning out in isolation. 83 CS to 69 now as Aatrox, you know, going to catch a couple here under the tower, but weren't able to leverage his strength in the previous game. Went wrong pretty quickly. Have to imagine that he's learned from those mistakes.
Sometimes the player's just too good for their own good, you know? If you just weren't looking at the mini-map, you could have just stayed on the blue buff and taken it. Wouldn't even know that Zika was missing.
Suffering from success, man.
Exactly.
And we do now see this Herald being started up. T1 100% want to go in on this. Keria doesn't hit 6 just yet, though. Won't have the arrow available. A lot of poke coming down from Scout. This is a must-win for T1. Zeus isn't here yet.
Have to be careful about grouping up in the choke. Gala does have 6 and ultimate. Guma waiting over the wall. 1 second left on the chain of corruption. Has it now.
Health bar's already pretty low here for T1.
Look at Tarzan. He wants to get a really good angle for the Maokai ult. He's trying to set it up because Hong doesn't have 6, so he needs to be the one to start off that engage. They're hoping that T1 would overcommit in, use the Maokai ult to be able to set up that engage here from Hong. But it is going to be Gala basing, so LNG looking like they're going to bail out of this and just head him down towards bot, because if you look at the map, it's a big wave that's actually crashing, and even with Gala leaving, I think he's going to be too late, unfortunately, to get most of that. That wave's likely going to bounce, so T1's kind of going to win out on both sides, I think.
T1 doesn't know this yet, though, so they're not committing fully to the play, especially because with Tarzan and Zika still posturing this aggressively, T1 haven't really caught on. So we do now see the pings go down on the bot side turret as well. Gala, I think, was also sitting on white, so should be able to actually get a big counter punch here if T1 doesn't respond in time. We do see the backs being channeled now.
Yeah, but they could even send down, you know, Zeus to answer this if they really want, if they're concerned about plates going down. But he is going to TP back up towards top. Guma and Carrier are heading down towards bottom, so I don't think they're going to get much. Maybe one plate here for Gala. Scout gets one plate mid as well, so they're trying to get something back here. But it's going to be potentially about this counterpunch around bot lane. If you look at where the Rakan and the Maokai are, they are here waiting to catch the T1 bot lane as they do return.
And this is a situation where T1 stepping up can be highly risky. The TP, they've called the play out, they've sniffed it out. They see Tarzan, Gala shredding through 2 plates, but what else will T1 be able to get? Abscond forward.
No!
Gala gonna be able to walk away from now. Maokai stopping the play in its tracks, but T1 holding on.
I was about to say.
On the bottom side.
Health advantage is there though for LNG, and again, I think this is a must-get. This Dragon, 41 Tarzan.
Tarzan in trouble, stolen. Maokai ultimate leaping back, pushed away by the Dragon. Getting a little push back to safety here, but T1 now priority access to the second Drake of the game.
And even with Faker not hitting a skill shot, just the fact that Tarzan doesn't have his ultimate available means that LNG doesn't want to risk it. And it's going to be second Drake going over to T1 as well.
And with no cleanse on Gala, he had to use that down on bot side, the stolen Maokai ult, all of the CC available from Owner. I think Gala would have been a dead man if they tried to fight this one, so it's going to be pushed back. Scout trading with Faker obviously can't continue to chase down towards that bot side where you know all the T1 members are. And this side lane has just been mostly kind of left alone. Zika and Zayas been battling back and forth. It's basically dead even, a couple CS to separate the two. And we'll have to see, who's going to be able to get that side lane advantage. If Zika
step forward, the combo coming through, the abduction of the Kitty Cats once again forcing out the flash. The snare will connect, but there is no follow-up there. Instead, the Herald immediately going to get dropped. T1 now looking to grab 2 plates here. Flash in, though. Owner's not happy with just 2 plates. Scout now going to be in trouble, but they can't quite find the damage. After the first tower dive,
fucking Faker, bro.
Scout as the Herald crashes.
It's a great dive from T1 Owner, no hesitation. Even with Tarzan, I think handling that very well, trying to block out Faker, keep him from following up. Faker still had the flash, so he flashes in, finishes the kill, gets out, and they get the plates with the crash.
Hung now stepping in, the flash away, the flash to safety, the slows, big. Guma locked down, should get taken out here. Chains of Corruption going wide. He will not be able to get anything back. Crucial kill over to Gala.
And really big play there from Zika, able to find his way towards that bot side, and that's the one risk you always run with this double marksman lane, is overextending. It will be paying some plates inside, but I'm pretty sure Zika also should be able to get some here towards the bot lane.
And you can see how many summoners that actually cost T1. Guma went with the early cleanse, but Keria used both his summoners as well in that retreat, so they're going to be vulnerable. But here's that earlier dive. Tarzan again does a good job peeling Faker off as best as he can, blocks the abscond abduct, but then Faker just flashes in. He's got multiple of those passive autos stored up, and Owner was tanking the tower on the other side. Really well played from the T1 jungler, setting Faker up. And again, it's another good start here from Faker. Was incredible on the Orianna, and he's kind of been set up for success. There's multiple good ultis for him to steal. It's not just the Maokai ult. I do think stealing that Rakan ult is also really, really powerful. So he could have another good one here.
What I do think is important, though, is that when you look at the 5v5 LNG, they are somewhat behind. It's about 500-600 gold. But Cloud Drake isn't the type of Drake where I think if this was an Infernal like last game, you'd be looking at it very differently. But T1 does need to maintain control of this map, because once you lose it and you start to actually front to back against Aphelios, Maokai, Gwen, and Rakan, you're going to be in deep trouble.
Well, and so much of it is going to be about the early poke. How much poke can Guma get down? Gala is really behind the curve, so if he's actually getting poked down, getting chipped out, it's going to be difficult for him because he's so far away from being able to get towards something like a BT to be able to answer this. Your economy has been pushed way back. Of course, that kill he gets on the bot side does help him, but it'll be really heavily down to execution. And T1 have great engage as well. Not only with the stolen ults from Faker, but the carrier ultimates.
Ash Arrow narrowly dodged away from there. Calm, cool, collected, wrong. I'm going to clear out this wave, and I think it's an excellent call out that this is such a tricky position for LNG to find themselves in. Need to hold on to some semblance of control in this game. Good news is, after that game 1, much more controlled game 2, at least trading a little bit, trading blow for blow, matching in some circumstances, while T1 still grabbing more plates, still holding on to a gold lead. LNG at least not making the same mechanical missteps that they did in game 1.
What is really important, though, is for LNG to try and hold on to these turrets. As long as that outer ring of turrets remains standing, T1 can't really fully take control, especially once Keria finishes his Umbral. If you start dropping turrets, and I think the second Herald actually going to be pretty hotly contested for this reason, it becomes a lot harder to actually keep control. And I do think the single target lockdown on T1 can be really tough to deal with.
Take a look at the match card, lane economy snapshot. It's all over the place.
Yep.
But at least there's no one with a crazy massive gold lead like there was in the previous game.
This is a very, very even game number 2. And it's going to be such an exciting one. A lot of pressure, I feel like, on LNG. You know, after that first game, if you drop the second one in a close one, it becomes incredibly difficult because then you're faced with match point from T1. And T1 wanting to be able to keep the pressure on, going with such different bot lane strategies. We've seen it move more heavily towards these enchanter lanes, but Keria back-to-back games playing double marksman bot lane down here, and thus far looking incredibly good.
T1 leveraging their priority into the mid lane, the control that someone like a Lethality Varus is going to give you by just piercing, arrowing every wave that comes forward to break mid-tier 1 tower. And I got to say, I agree. It feels like T1 have identified Gala as a big threat, have drafted in a way that stops him from being relevant for so much of the early game, allowing a lot of their other players to really shine.
It's also something that we've seen in the tournament meta, right? And it's been one of the big reasons why we saw BLG, for example, be really successful, why Weibo was able to get such big leads consistently. It's this bot side counter picks as Zeus goes in on Tarzan.
Tarzan comes through with the twisted advance. Zeus getting lower and lower. We're going to try to burn through Hex Trigger. Is it going to be enough? Flash out to safety. On the backside, Guma managing to land the ultimate. A little bit of follow-up damage. Zeus coming back in for the extra healing. Double TP now going in. Faker is there. Lockdown come in, and Zika's going to try to find one. Faker is towing away the ultimate. That's the needlework coming out. LNG being pushed back by the side of T1. Faker's stolen Maokai ultimate will connect, but no further fight breaks out.
But look at the health. Tarzan is incredibly low.
Keria stepping a little bit too far here, but still has the flash. Holds on to it, won't even use it.
Gonna be the heal invested instead. T1 still gonna start this up. Zeus does have TP available, and it looks like Soul Point, 17, not even 70 minutes in, is gonna go to T1.
Yeah, the initial play looked like it was going LNG's way, but with the first TP coming through, Tarzan had to retreat. They couldn't chase in and try to finish off Zeus, and it did mean that despite the trades back and forth of these summoner spells, of these cooldowns, it was Tarzan incredibly low with no flash. You can't walk in as 20% HP Maokai and try to contest this dragon. So T1, as you say, on Soul Point, and maybe it's not the exact one that they do want, but still, a soul is a soul, and flat move speed is always valuable.
And a downtown arrow might be enough to get Faker in here. Scout zooming out to safety just in time. Not quite enough duration on that one.
Thank you, Merc Treads.
Honestly, a crucial purchase against a team with this much upfront CC, with this much engaged potential. Hung not quite going to connect on the Faker there. Second Herald stolen away. Chronicle, you talked about how important that one could be. T1 were able to break tier 1 mid without its health, but maybe LNG can use it to fire back.
It's a really good counterpunch from LNG because it means that you can probably hold on to both of your outer turrets for a lot longer. And T1 also possibly could have leveraged the pressure that the Herald provides into then an advantage in the eventual soul fight in about 4 minutes' time. And we do see T1 continuously looking aggressive, but right now there's no real objective on the map, right? So they can either try and go and play aggressively towards these sides, send multiple people there and look for a dive opportunity, or try and find individual picks and set up for the dragon when it does come up.
And I mean, you could see how much of an emphasis there was towards the dragon. You know, just look towards the bot side, all of vision there. Now they're getting vision in around that top side as well. Is T1 constantly pushing forward, utilizing Hawkshot, utilizing volley to check brushes, moving around with Owner, establishing forward vision control here to try to kind of move up that line and even open up opportunities like this where Faker's pushing in top, Owner and Keria are going to cover him, and it's likely going to be a tier 1 tower unless LNG are really willing to fight for it.
For LNG though, I do think looking at the gold and the item breakpoints that have been hit, they can also just decide to give up control of the area for now. As long as you don't give over the dragon, I do think that you're going to reach the 2 item breakpoints. We're seeing that Gala's getting close, same for Zika. And from that point on, one fight can be enough, and I do still think that that is where LNG, if they can actually get that front to back, could look for a turnaround.
I think they can, but I'm really concerned for their ability to. If T1 is first one to that objective, I think we're going to see T1 committing cooldowns really aggressively just to get chunks down on LNG. We're going to see stolen Maokai ultimate come out right away. We're going to see the ultimates coming out from Keria and Guma. Everyone just committing these resources early in a fight to try to chunk LNG down to a point where they can't get that 100-0 fight, because that is what they're looking for. They're looking for that fight to start, and they just overwhelm their opponents with the engage. But if T1 has you down to half health, to 30% health before it even starts, you can't really engage, you can't look for it.
And T1 with Lethality Varus are just always going to have mid-prio first. It's so hard to get your vision down. You will always be responding to the pressure that T1 puts on the map. It's a difficult situation, and I feel, especially for LNG support, Hung, this guy has to be the big playmaker. The Rakan is the one piece of reliable, proactive engage your team has, and the tool that you can use to shatter kind of the glass cannon that T1 are bringing to the table. but this is a guy who struggled last game on Blitzcrank. This is a lot to ask from a player when you're already at a single game deficit, and he had such a rough game 1.
It's also the reason why the Silas was actually getting banned a lot. We saw BLG do it very consistently. Because I do think that Maokai loses so much of his power when the opponent can just answer, right? I think Maokai Ultimate is one... Yeah, it literally is. But not only is it a better version of your ult, it also takes away so much of what I think makes the champion so oppressive, allows you to set up shop, and your opponents, particularly with champions like the Jays, try to walk up, they just get blown up before they can even get to the objective.
I like the timing of this attempt here from Keria. So he shoots out the ultimate, and it's at a time where if you force the cleanse will not be back for this dragon fight. But maybe going to commit to this. I don't think so. So they do get that flash, but you know, your ultimate will be back up as Keria. And unfortunately for him now, he's going to be missing those summoners. So he's going to be very vulnerable to Hong in this next fight. But of course, the primary target is going to be Guma. They really have to get towards him and try to take him out. You can see second items coming through for a lot of people. Scout almost has that tier fully stacked up. Zika's done his second item. It's been a very slow-paced game in the second game.
What we are seeing here, though, is that LNG, again, identified that T1 doesn't need to go for this dragon. This is just an individual Drake for them. Obviously, if they get it, they get Soul, but LNG try to set up as much vision as they can to sniff out a Baron in case T1 do not opt into a contest at all. And particularly with the vision that they've been able to set up, if you take a look, one ward on the top half of the map, and then these wards here. They should have a pretty good idea of where T1 is going to go, as it is about 20 seconds until that possible Soul spawns.
Umbral Glaive spotting adds a bit of vision, but they'll still get the information that they need. His second Herald is utilized mid lane. It should get the charge. Is it going to get the charge? Not quite. The Matador in the eyes of the bull.
That's how you stop
Faker off
it.
the side, Hung now caught out. Arrow is going to connect, but not onto a priority target. LNG, will they look for the re-engage? No, just opting to back out. Know that this is not their window to fight.
But again, this is what I expected from T1. Push in, utilize those ultimates early, try to use that to take positioning, to try to get those chunks.
Time for Dragon.
LNG, though, have a pretty good position here themselves with Zika on the side. Tarzan
They
will try
can't
to
let them have
retake
soul
some of this
point.
vision. And LNG are going to try to get the Scuttle and see if they can find the better angle for the engage.
Scuttle down. Gala, great guns for a fight. In terms of sustained DPS, he absolutely outclasses Guma. But if it just comes down to a poke battle, he will not come out on top. LNG forcing the issue.
Hong doesn't have a good angle to engage at all, though. Like, look where he's playing. He's almost like trying to mark Zeus, but he needs to get the backline. They're going to go.
Flash in. Gala manages to make it out safety. Isolated for now. Looking for Zeus over the wall. Zeus on the backline. But Gala forced to safety. Chakrams stacked. Zeus can't find the angle, but the shutdown coming through for Baker. T1 taking the fight. Anyway, Gala looked good, but Gala did not matter. T1 finding the exchange.
And even with Gala surviving, the other front is won by T1. They're able to break up that core unit for LNG. There's not enough damage available, and that's going to be Soul for T1.
Zeus got so much
That was a good move by Gala.
He
avoided that shit.
Making all the difference as he comes over the side there, gets right into both the carries from LNG. Scout and Gala sent packing. They had to run from him. And I'm kind of surprised because they were aware that Zeus was playing in this angle, but then they just lost track of him as Owner comes in and look at the angle from Zeus right over the wall, catches both Scout and Gala, pushing them back. And meaning that on the other side, it's Zika losing out, it's Hong losing out, as Keria, Guma, and Faker will easily win that 3v2.
And the threat of this full lethality Aatrox, together with Owner, ends up turning it into a 2v4, which they win, even though Owner ends up going down.
They need
and
to
as you said, on
ban
the
Rel,
flip side,
man.
Zika gets taken down.
She's
Hung tries
too
to help
much.
him, isn't actually able to get enough done, as the arrow...
Going wide. T1 now setting up for the Baron. You can understand why they are so far ahead. The Cloud Soul, their ultimates, always available.
They could always start this just to force the TP from Zika, who is pushing heavily down on that bot side, but T1 want to play it out a little bit more slowly, not going to risk it, so they're just going to have Zeus go down towards bot, look to answer, and continue playing with Prio through mid. Guma shoves mid, Keria invades with Owner. It's rinse and repeat all game long. Faker gets pushed top, then moves down with the team. T1 are just playing this out so well through multiple lanes and really limiting the options and opportunities for LNG by constantly tracking them.
Charzan did get blue.
That's a dub.
So that's a win.
You take what you can get.
Step one on the journey to winning the game.
It's not a lot for LNG.
Is the blue. It's been brutal. I was ready for this to be much closer, but to be honest, T1, the way that they've been counterpicking bot lane, not overplaying their hand, playing patient in a lot of these fights has been fantastic. And you saw in that last fight, Gala has 2 items, perfect guns, and he was not super relevant. Solo isolated by this consistent blind pick Aatrox top lane. This champion is becoming a problem for LNG.
And it's also with a different build than what we've seen the Aatrox be the strongest with, which I think is really funny. It's similar to what we've seen with Kai'Sa as Zeka tries to contest Vision.
Zeka leveraging the Shroud to try to contest here. Gala with the Infernum ultimate, it can always be a threat, but again, T1 just taking their time.
And I think this build from Zeus kind of represents him as a player. It's risk versus reward, right? This is something that he is just so confident in his ability to execute on a build like this. Almost everyone plays Goredrinker because it's more stable, it's more secure. You go Goredrinker, you go Sterix, you get in the middle of the fight, and at the very least, you're going to take up a lot of damage. This one is the 1v9 or the all your team reports to you. It's like you are squishy and you've got to execute perfectly, and so far he's been able to.
And it's T1 that has control of the river, and that allows Zeus
if they
to
respawn bot lane, they're gonna do Baron.
Because LNG can't actually threaten the Baron here, so they can't really force out a response from the Aatrox here, and now T1 might start it up themselves.
And this is a chokehold on the game that T1 have established for themselves. The only saving grace for LNG right now is they have the Maokai. They have the luxury of the Saplings to face check some of this vision for them. But the real winner here is not T1's control around the Baron, it's Zeus. This man just eating CS, eating creeps everywhere on the map, becoming gigantic, while T1 just stall LNG out because they know they have to be in the area.
And it feels like T1, based on their play, based on their fact that they haven't been starting up this Baron, they just want to play for Elder, I think. At this point, you're delaying this long after you took the soul already, after you already have that advantage. They just want to play around that lower damage objective that's not going to be as risky to start up. The Baron obviously has a lot of inherent risk against a team like this that has that hard engage. So they want to continue controlling vision, limiting the options, and taking only the fights when it really does favor them. T1 are playing almost the style that I expected from LNG coming into this series.
It's slow, it's deliberate, it's controlled. And again, you know, in game one, a little bit more explosive when they had the Neela on the composition. But Guma and Keria, the fact that there's only one death between them on such vulnerable champions is fantastic sign of T1's success.
And I think it's really interesting because, you know, when you look just at the scoreboard, it doesn't seem as bad. But this game has felt incredibly one-sided because it's been T1 dictating where all the action is. It's been T1 pushing in the waves, controlling the vision. And it always feels like the ball is in their court, so to speak, which I think is really what's making it feel like it's so one-sided.
Arrow coming in. Will just miss through the goalpost. Stolen Maokai ultimate now used. Potentially a window of opportunity here for the side of T1. Flash in onto Owner. Owner still making it out to safety. A lot of resources committed. Gwen still on the bottom side of the map. Zeka does have TP up and available. Tarzan getting chunked. And LNG not really able to get anything, just a trade of Maokai ultimate.
And that's a really big win here for T1. Not having the Maokai ult available makes contesting the Baron way harder.
And Tarzan committed his flash. You can smell the desperation a little bit there. It was a great buffer from Owner. As soon as that flash came in, he's mashing W, gets that dismount to create some extra space so no one can follow up there from Tarzan. And now if it does come down to an objective flip, Tarzan not only doesn't have the ulti, but he's chunked and he has no flash. So there's almost no way for him to approach and try to steal.
Saving grace here is that they do have the scuttle, so T1 can't start up the Baron without knowledge of LNG. Do know the Faker is about to hit his death gap, is about 500 gold away, and that is going to be such an immense power spike, which I don't think they'll be able to get it before the Elder. But if they can stall that a little bit and play with that, I think it becomes really hard for LNG to win a fight.
I don't think that Crab is going to save a lot of grace for much longer, Chronicler. You're right, there's Death Cap coming. There's Elder in 30 seconds that T1 can now set up for because, again, they have permanent mid-priority with this lethality Varus. LNG are going to do what they can just to set up defensive vision, just to make sure that their jungle is safe, already burning 2 wards, just to be able to walk in. They're going to fight for bot lane control, to have an angle, to walk into the river. But T1 already total control around the objective.
I just love the observers highlighting this. They can't see anything. They don't know where anyone is. So LNG have to fight through bot, try to push in as a squad, and hope that they can win this fight. Because if you can win this fight, that is the one risk with this strategy that T1 are going for, where they're playing so conservative, where they don't set up a Baron.
right there.
Because if you lose this flip, if somehow LNG get that Elder, the game can get turned around.
Definitely. LNG pushing in, fighting with the bot prior that they built for themselves. Need to be careful here. Owner is not quite going to burn the engage quite yet. Just baiting, buying time. Zeka already using the hourglass. Now trying to back away. That's the missed cooldown consumed as well. Is this the window of opportunity where T1 want to start it? No, they're just trying to play for more cooldowns. Just build up these small incremental advantages.
Also, Zeus is looking for a back. Not going to get it, though, and we do see the poke from Scout not landing right now, but Gala does have both his summoners available and is very healthy, sitting on 3 items, did finish his Lord Doms just now.
Exactly, finished that LDR, so he's really strong. Last Whisper in for Scout as well. And LNG are trying to force this response through bot, trying to keep Zeus around and keep this opportunity for a multi-prong attack, but it's T1 who looks like they want to preempt the play.
Owner now stepping in, getting forced backwards. LNG not quite able to secure the blue buff there. Owner using one of the smite charges to get it. Gala trying to force the issue, force the fight here. T1 has to be careful about grouping for the Infernum ultimate.
Owner a little bit chunked here, and Hong's looking for that angle. They're going to try to pinch Zeus.
Dragon resetting a little bit here. Both sides backing away. It's just a battle of poke. Both sides hoping to bait the other one into pressing the trigger. The charm now coming through. Will it be enough to lock down Zeus? No is the answer.
Oh boy. Now they can kill them.
Oh!
Oh!
T1 coming alive. They see the window of
Oh
opportunity.
no.
They see the weakness in the armor of LNG, and they tear it asunder. There is no room left in the fight. T1 will take everything they want in this game too. Hung, alas, desperate effort, but the TP's coming
The
in.
end.
I mean, that's going to be game.
They're going to go for the
That's
end.
game.
T1 put LNG in a lose-lose position.
Oh my
you have
God,
to contest for this objective. Elder,
They're just too
much
good,
power to
bro.
give over.
T1's just too
But
good.
T1 patiently prodding, find the angle.
And the fervor of the
Wow.
fans in Busan will not force T1 to play over-aggressive. They keep their discipline, they remain composed,
Wow.
they close out cleanly versus LNG in game 2 and bring us to match point, a semifinal spot on the
Holy
line.
fuck, man.
What a performance from T1 thus far.
They can't be
Dominance
stopped.
in game 1. And for game
You
2,
really
the word that
cannot
comes to
fuck
mind is
up
control.
one small
Absolute
bit,
control,
dude.
start to finish. It
When you're
never
playing against
seemed
T1,
like LNG
you can't.
were the ones driving this game. T1 looking so prepared, so
You can't fuck
practiced
up.
coming into this series and really blowing my expectations out of the water. I
Damn.
thought it was going to be much closer than it has looked thus far. But LNG especially have had no answers for the T1 bot lane.
What's remarkable is that T1 is playing the controlled style that LNG had so much success
They
with.
got
but
them,
due to the
dude.
spot lane
They have
counterpicks,
them.
LNG doesn't get to play the game.
T1
Yeah.
consistently coming out ahead.
T1
as a result, they're
got
moving
them.
on to match point after the break. But before
They're pulling
we
the
go, let's check out
strings.
behind the scenes footage of our amazing daily
Pressure
teasers through the
now
eyes of the
is on
Oppo camp.
LNG. They have to win. Pressure. Pressure, bro. I hope T1 wins. I want to go to bed on time, bro. I don't want to fucking go to bed at 6. Like, the fuck? I'm not trying to stay here the whole day, bro. I have a feeling they're gonna 3-0 them. There's just no way. They can't be stopped. I told you. They need to fucking ban Rel. Especially Rel, dude. It's just a threat. And they have no answer for it. I've seen... They even banned their own... Like, they banned themselves, bro. Like, LNG. They banned the J4 and then they banned... Was it Blitzcrank? They doomed themselves again. Ooh, skateboarding. What's he trying to do? Chase the skateboard? What the fuck? He could have just ran down the steps. I don't understand. Oh, I thought that was a National Geographic logo.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and
Cisco.
love, aka the Cisco Network.
Lulu. Have no answer, bro. They have no answer
Red
at
Bull
all.
gives you wings.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crowd when I'm with you. Time is passing, knows no manners. I'm finding comfort and hope.
Oppo. Oppo means it's like a in our language. Oppo means like yes sir, or it's like a proper way of saying like okay, or a respectful way of saying okay or yes ma'am or yes sir. Especially when you speak to an elder, say Oppo. But it's not spelled the same. It's like OPO or like Tagalog. Damn, bro. Hey, World Capsule time. That escalated quickly. Dude, I love these emotes. What the fuck? These emotes are pretty fucking funny. Oh, I know what's gonna happen. If Faker wins World, they're gonna make a movie about Faker. Or like a documentary about Faker. Alright, here we go. Last one. Please, let it be the last one. 3-0 these motherfucking Chinese team, bro. Please.
I'm alive.
Do you think, was it LNG will make a comeback? No. 94% said no.
The healing as well. Can he find a target? He's going to flash back under the tower. Shock blast there. Baker making it out to safety. Scout looking to follow the healing now coming in, trying to find the 1-for-1, but Scout will stand strong. But Gala forced to
T1 taking the fight anyway. Scout given to the Aatrox as tribute, and now Gala's in trouble. T1 coming alive. They see the window of opportunity. They see the weakness in the armor of LNG, and they tear it asunder.
The fans are going crazy already, and T1 stepped into the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium in Busan today with a mission and to keep up the honor for the LCK, and they are on match point already. It went so fast, and to be honest, that game
fast,
went
man.
so fast.
Yep.
It started from the first place.
I like it though.
Talk me through
Nice,
why T1
short
was
and
able
sweet.
to get such a good start, especially around that Herald.
Well, we've pulled a pretty cool sequence of events that illustrates an issue that is sometimes really hard for casters to communicate, and it is the change of tempo from team to team. So we see T1 send their whole team up here to Rift Herald and fully commit to this. But we know that T1 have this in mind where they've invested a lot in bottom lane power with
Good night.
2 Hail of Blades AD carries, 2 Lethality AD carries, and so they want to stack dragons. So they know that by giving
Squeeze
up
out
this Herald,
every ounce of
they
my
are
energy
then
to watch
going
this
give
last
up
game.
the priority and the tempo
And I'll let you know who won.
LNG to be able to push out mid lane and then rotate.
But I'm not
from
gonna
mid
stay
lane
up
down
if
to
fucking
bottom lane to
LNG
get
wins.
these turret plates onto Gala.
If
The
LNG
problem
wins,
is,
I'm just gonna go to bed.
because T1 know this, they're trying to use these turret plates as bait so that they can then get a better setup for Dragon. They can get cooldowns off of LNG. And so you see the Ash Arrow plus the teleport from Faker to be able to get the Maokai ultimate out, as well as the cleanse here off of Gala and the extra flash from Hung. Then they can rotate over to the Dragon, push out Tarzan here, no flash for him either, and continue on stacking their win conditions. So even though they commit really hard to this Rifto and spend a whole bunch of time up there and give up this turret plate money, they still get more back towards their end win con.
And for LNG, a couple of times you saw that the idea was correct in terms of, okay, we know this objective is something we need, but then they would get poked out, or they would lose someone, or they'd have to reset. It was always T1 with the right decisions and timing.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is the thing I loved about T1 is this is a return to form for them, right? Like we talked about how the play style kind of introduced by a lot of the LPL teams starting in Swiss but moving into quarterfinals was this more bot prio. Well, guess what? T1 loves this. This is Keria, I now believe, is 7-1 on this Ashe pick. They love this early bot lane dominance going for these pushes. This was such a reminiscent of their spring performances when they were setting the world's meta, not just the LCK meta, but dictating what the world was playing. So this is such a comfort zone for T1, and it's great to see them show up and not only kind of evolve that meta further, but also a return to comfort for them.
And I think a huge portion of having that opportunity to play around that bot side so well is because Owner is having a phenomenal series. This guy has consistently got these wards in the early stages and has pathed it so perfectly around what Tarzan is trying to do. Game 1, he got on red buff and was able to then realize there was a split map happening. In this game then, he was able to turn it over with the ward on towards Raptors, where he was then transitioning then to go, okay, I can actually start to protect my bot side. I can start to get these massive leads. I can steal away the blue buff that Maokai never took. He has been so good at reading what Tarzan is doing and punishing LNG every step of the way.
0-1-20.
Come on, dude,
What
make
a
this a
team
quick
player.
game.
I think I have to stress how out of sorts he looked in summer, especially when Faker wasn't there. He was kind of the lightning rod for criticism on this T1 team when they were struggling. So to see him come to this world stage and have such a great performance has been awesome.
Faker looks in the zone, and just as a reminder, T1 at Worlds has never been eliminated earlier than the semifinals in all of their 7 appearances, and you can see it right now in the quarterfinals. Kobe, they are on a different level. They have such clear focus.
I mean, it is twofold. I feel like there has been such heavy priority on these support counter picks and on the jungle diff. Tarzan is not playing very well here on stage,
No,
so
he's
LNG
not.
really need several individual members to step up, as well as
and you know what they
try
should
and
do?
come up with something to deal with this onslaught
They need to bully the
of
fuck out of
bottom lane
Tarzan,
priority
bro.
that T1 have been able to put together using Keria's flexibility.
Yeah, and I think the
Tilt
other thing
them.
is their
Just
game
fucking
planning
tilt
around
them.
these drafts. So not only are their drafts good,
Or
but their
tilt
level
Tarzan.
ones have been great. They understand exactly what they need to do. Start the early dragon stacking around bot prio. This is how they love to play as a team. It fits perfectly.
And I think this is why I want to see the Ziggs. Gala's been an incredible Ziggs. You get the push and bot, you can get control for Dragon and Rift out. That's what I want to see from this team.
They're gonna have to do something if they're going home. Let's see what happens in Game 3. Dracos, do you think T1 take it?
At this point, I am inclined to think yes, Shocks, based on the fact that they have shown two completely different drafts. They're once again on the red side, but the ultimate question is, can they continue to find these super advantageous bot lanes?
Well, I think the ball is absolutely in LNG's court because T1 is just going to do the same thing if you let them, right? Like, clearly, they're going to play towards bot winning 2v2. They're going to keep blinding the Aatrox. They're going to keep doing all these things that have been working so well for them. And LNG have got to adjust, have got to show us that they have a different style that they can bring out. Whether it is going to be playing for a bot 2v2 that's winning, they're going to ban out the Rel, so that is one change, or whether they're just going to be bringing Tarzan more heavily down towards the bot lane to try to disrupt that 2v2. I feel like, yes, there have been errors and issues in all lanes, but T1 is controlling through 2v2, and it's been all about bot mostly to me.
This Maoka ban from T1 is really interesting because I feel like the Sidus pick works really well. And yeah, you're 100% walking into the Ori here. We'll see if T1 wants to go with what a lot of LCK teams have been trying to do, which is the Akali counter pick. The alternative, obviously, is the Azir, even though I feel like over the course of the tournament, it hasn't actually been that successful as a counter pick.
Exactly. Yeah, we just haven't seen people be able to effectively like get up on the Orianna and actually sweep him back in, which is pretty much the entire idea behind it.
With
but
Faker.
T1 could go towards Akali. We'll see.
It is a safe pick, most certainly. T1 have the luxury of being up 2 games, so can experiment a bit here.
And I will say,
It's
when we were
iconic.
watching a lot of the LCK playoffs together, Chronicler, it did feel like this was one of Faker's picks where he just looked so much better on. Because in the LCK, there was so much jungle attention thrown towards Faker against T1 from all kinds of different teams. And this is one of those picks where he could not only perform in the team fights, but he's able to stay safe in lane, get push. So it is absolutely a comfort pick for Faker. I don't think it's as iconically his pick as it is Scout's, but this is absolutely comfort for Faker.
Cool, and yeah, this is a 1-2 combo that LCK teams have really gravitated very heavily towards because of the wall poppy slam that you can get with the Azir. And it's also, Owner was one of our best poppies, was the one who, if I remember correctly, started popularizing it within the LCK way back, and used to be the champion that was basically perma-banned against him.
And I think it's also one of those things that really limits some other picks from being, kind of gravitated towards. When you think about what Sick has been playing, well, all top laners that are meta basically have a dash. When you think about what Hong has been playing, all these engaged supports, well, they're kind of shut down by it as well. So I want to see what the changes are going to be now. As Sejuani will be locked in. That, again, leads me to believe you're playing heavily towards top side. I think they just slam Jax here is kind of what I'm expecting. Jax or Renekton, play heavily towards top if you're going to be locking in that early Sedge. So it is going to be the Renekton option, but I honestly love Zika's Jax throughout all of the LPL, so I kind of would have liked him to go towards it.
I imagine T1 just slam the Aatrox here again.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even into the really strong 2v2 that you're going to face, it feels to me like the crux of this game, of the series thus far, has not been who gets their top laner ahead. It's been who's been better at playing towards bot. And I feel like the Aatrox has actually been very successful in surviving that. The Renata, though, has been permanently banned, I think, by either team thus far. Will get locked in blind here.
And I love seeing the Renata come out, obviously a super high priority pick. They can now ban away anything they so choose to set up bot lane for success. They still have the luxury of counter pick for somewhere else on the map. Have to see where it's going to go. Poppy could also go into the top side if she so chooses, or they so choose.
And that is why we are seeing, Caitlyn banned out these long-range champions. That is what Renata struggles into. Renata is really successful into these melee comps, into these short-range comps that are forced to engage into you. You can answer this pick with long-range, with poke, but Long has not been playing that style. And when you look over at the engage available, and you see an Orianna, you kind of know that they want some sort of pairing with that Orianna that is going to be the hard engage. So I feel like this is very much a read on the first 3 picks by Carrier, who's saying they have to find some sort of hard engage pairing that is going to really make this comp bad to play into the Renata.
And I'm wondering if it's going to be the Aatrox ban here, or if they're happy with the power of their 2v2 to let Zeus play it anyway. I also really like the Kai'Sa ban here. I think that the biggest power or really the biggest weakness of Kai'Sa has been specifically when the Senna is available with Renata already locked in. Can't really go for any of that, so denying Gala, one of his best champions, definitely a good call. I love the Gnar ban though. Zeus is the best Gnar in the LCK bar none, and T1 have like an incredible amount of experience playing around it.
And it's a really good negation pick. It's one of those picks that can stay safe, that doesn't necessarily require you to play towards it as heavily. So I do think that makes sense. It is going to be the Varus once again, though.
With the sheer amount of tanky players on the opposite side, I wonder if we do see a transition to the on-hit Varus. It is an option.
With Bailout especially.
With Bailout especially, and this is a super oppressive bot lane 2v2. LNG, yeah, can build for the composition, but Hung outside of engaged supports, this is going to be a tough task. Milio is fantastic, can outclass the Renata, but this is going to be a tricky one to navigate.
I just don't really love their draft that much, I'm going to be honest. I do feel like LNG have kind of painted themselves into a corner a little bit. They have no ability to really be on the front foot. Like, yeah, you can kind of fish with Sejuani ults, but it's pretty tough. I think you get an early Mikhails. There's going to be some cleanses and things like that are going to keep you relatively safe from it. The engage options are really, really poor, I do think, for LNG. For LNG, I think the early game is going to become so incredibly important. They're going to have to be able to kind of absorb these engages, utilize the Breath of Life here with Milio to try to cleanse out, AoE cleanse out the CC that's going to be coming with the hostile takeover. That's kind of going to be the job here of Hong. And they're going to have to hope that this keeps Scala safe, keeps Scout safe, and creates that space for them to take over a 5v5. But I feel like T1, especially with this Jace coming through, can play through sides, can be able to answer, can be able to poke, and I feel like they've got a lot more tools in their kit.
Yeah, because LNG outside of the Orianna is playing, and even that isn't going to be that good if you don't have control of the area already. A short-range composition into Poppy, Azir, and Renata, right? And I do also think that with the limited engage, the only reliable tool you have is a Sejuani, because the Milio is only going to serve as counter engage. It is going to become so hard to play this game if you lose control early on. And when I look at the level of aggression that I'm expecting to come out from T1 when they have played these Jace, Renata, and various compositions, I'd be very worried for LNG.
I am too, and I think we're going to see early Merc Treads on the side of T1 when there is not only this Sejuani, but there's also AP in the mid lane, there's a Renekton in the top lane. I think we're going to see Merc Treads. I think we're going to see Cleanse and maybe even early Mikhails from Keria. And then the game is going to get ridiculously hard for LNG. So Tarzan, I think he needs to get active early. He needs to get active often. See if he can pair up with Zeka, who is playing press the attack on this Renekton. So it's really all about the early game, it feels like. If they could slam home an advantage up on the top side against Zeus, they can maybe use that to take objectives, maybe use that to snowball the game.
And in the first two games, T1 choked out LNG. LNG finally break the mold, break the formula, find their footing in this game 3. It is do or die for the LPL third seed. Tarzan struggling a bit this series. See if he can do more on this Sejuani in the early game. T1 obviously with the entire crowd behind them. The last representative of the LCK here at Worlds 2023. LPL fans got a cushy life right now. They already got 3 through, hoping to find a 4th, but it's going to take a miraculous turnaround as we go through the series.
Hey, come on, you already got 3. Don't get greedy.
Yeah. Anyway, if you think that's a laughable concept, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. You can keck along with the rest of us. What the team wants to do.
That just sounded like the most hello, fellow kids.
Hello, fellow kids.
Hey, kids, if you'd like to keck along with the rest of us.
I'm in my 30s. Could you tell? Haha.
Damn, bro, what is happening here?
I don't really have a response to this, guys. I'm very sorry.
Okay, it's fine.
I think it's a fun emote.
It is.
That's the extent of my opinion.
I wasn't making fun of the emote. I was making fun of Dracos.
It's an important distinction.
I know.
Yeah.
Great emote.
I'm going to go get the emote.
I feel like Ben, I have to jump to the defense of Dracos.
Yeah.
Oh, it's true.
Chronicler, you're on the ones we love, as they say, you know?
Yeah. Chronicler's on this positivity hype. He keeps showing us this picture of a frog every time we do negative self-talk.
Yeah, I don't do it.
Okay, I won't. Hopefully LNG aren't doing any negative self-talk either. Got to stay focused. Bot lane, again, has been a huge weak point, a lot because T1 have consistently had the counter pick on the bottom side of the map. Not to individual player mistakes, but more just because they haven't really had agency in the first 2 games. Game 3 going to be a bit of a different story.
And Keria is kind of unleashed. I mean, if he can play whatever his heart desires, just play for these winning 2v2s, and that's working for T1, then they are such a frightening team because we've talked about it a lot, but this guy is so versatile. When he really was at his peak, it's kind of Keria just going crazy. He was trying all kinds of different supports. He was trying all kinds of different styles. And that is where he is so incredibly hard to beat because he's so mechanically proficient. He's so flexible as a player, and he really knows how to get the maximum advantage out of these lanes.
Yeah, during the AD carry support meta within the LCK, it was just like you were playing down a ban against T1. There was just no option. You had to ban Ashe every single time. As Tarzan and Owner are going to meet.
Walking in face to face. Sustained damage. Neither side has that much, but right now a lot of damage coming in for Tarzan. Owner now just going to zoom his way out to safety. That's the phase rush proccing. Buckler coming in. Both sides squaring up with the big old golem here. Flash in. Whoa!
Oh!
Owner living up to his name.
Owner plays it out perfectly.
Oh
gets
my
the aggro
God.
back onto Tarzan.
Did he get the blue?
And he's gonna get the
and
blue
the
as
blue.
well. As Tarzan retreats back, he gets too close to the wall. Owner sees the opportunity, and now he's gonna try to cut off Scout here potentially. Scout senses it and does walk the long way. But what a way to assert dominance in a match point game here. Tarzan having a rough series. Owner gets right in his face and leaves no question about who the better jungler is today.
And this is coming from the guy that was the big underperformer on this roster. Zeus
stepping in, lots of damage. Zica now forced to flash out to safety. Zeus holding on for now. Hex Flash coming in, Poppy gonna try and save the day. Buckler goes in, a little bit of a slow going through. Zeus needs to be careful here, can't walk too far forward, but Owner just continuing to harass the E. Flashed away from Owner everywhere he needs to be.
And now it's a disaster. The lane is I don't know if Zeus is going to get his back, but the lane is pushing into Zeus. Tarzan doesn't have flash. Will be able to, at the very least, clear his own jungle, but he's going to be substantially behind here right from the get-go. And T1 find yet another early game lead.
You used double flash and you didn't even get the Jace's flash. That is, I cannot overstate how bad that is for the Renekton's lane state. You're down 0-2. You just got solo killed in your jungle. Then you both committed flash top to get absolutely nothing into a bad wave state. And now Zeus is just going to play crazy aggressive here, knowing he has that flash advantage. Zica is in a world of hurt. Then you look down to bot lane. Surely it's going well there. Well, bad news. You're getting pushed in and you're about to lose a plate here to Keria and Guma, who have been playing incredible all series long.
Your only strong point of the map was Scout in the mid lane, but that's going to collapse if both bot and top have priority, giving up so much room for Owner to go wherever he wants to invade the jungle to contest these camps. And the fact that the early game is already falling apart in a match point situation for LNG again, it just feels like we've seen this game before. We know what comes next.
And it's going to be up to Scout in this one, I think. Tarzan is going to have to farm his way back in the game. And the initial burst of Sejuani early on with Permafrost and the power over W and Aftershock is insane. But once your cooldowns are used and you don't have that available, and especially if the Poppy can find an angle into the wall, you're not going to be able to withstand the initial burst.
Absolutely. And I just think Owner plays it out so incredibly well. Drops the hammer on him.
Oh, dang.
But damn, that was just so clean. I mean, he gets the aggro on him, uses the buckler. Now they're going to go aggressive bot side.
Bottom side, Owner trying to work with a little bit of space. Hung has no mana. Gala finds the initial route. The follow-up, good damage coming through from Gala. Potential, an opportunity to turn, but Owner sticking right on top of him. Phase rush now procced. Owner just going to zoom his little butt out to safety. We'll be fine for now. LNG holding on in the 3v3. Getting pressure here as well. A positive sign for their bot lane, but Owner might look to respond.
Oh, no Hex Flash coming through just yet. And Gala and Hung both with flashes available. Not going to run the risk.
Faker dodges the shockwave. Scout had 6 advantage, but he immediately is unable to find purchase with it.
Well, and Scout knew as soon as Faker dodges that, he has to retreat because Faker was about to hit 6, and if he stays up trading there, he's going to get scooped back, and he's likely going to be dead. So T1 going to use the mid-prio, come down towards the Dragon. It's still a big CS advantage for Scout. We haven't really gotten to watch that, but Scout doing a really good job. By far his best performance in the 1v1 throughout this series.
And this is the man that was the MVP, right, of Summer, was able to carry this team, I think, when the rest of the players weren't able to keep it together. Scout always is their biggest lead with a just purely gained in the 1v1 advantage. But with the Orianna pick that we've seen, can skill insanely well, but not necessarily have the biggest impact. I think we saw this in the KT series as well. Is that lead going to be enough with how aggressive T1's playing this early game?
And especially without a great ball delivery system. There's no easy pairing. He doesn't have the Rakan, he doesn't have the Wukong, he doesn't have that guaranteed go button that is going to place that ball for him in a fight onto the back line, and that's really what you want. You want that Axis onto Guma, onto Faker, and I think that is going to be the difficulty for him in this game. It's again, and I feel like a broken record in a lot of these games, it's a bit about the engages here for LNG. They're going to have to come from multiple angles because they don't have any consistent engage. And it's going to be really tough when you're dependent almost entirely on a Sejuani to start off those fights. At this level, people are so good at dodging out.
Yes. It's a little bit more reliable and immediate than the Maokai, perhaps, outside of the Maokai Flash W, so perhaps LNG can get more done with it. But if you feel like a broken record, it's because, again, we've seen similar patterns in all 3 games where ultimately, even if individuals are laning well, even if Zica was laning well, it didn't matter. Zaya still found so many advantages in the team fights. Scout, even if he's laning well, if he can't press his advantage, if he can't use his advantage, then it does not matter in the face of T1.
The one big difference, though, with this series compared to the previous ones, is that Gala isn't being set behind early. He has actually been able to remain in a good position. The early gank being thwarted by Tarzan showing up when Owner was there as well actually ends up being big, and I think T1 will still be able to stack a lot of the objectives. But it does mean, at the very least, that LNG should have a better opportunity once we get to the mid-game to utilize the power of their AD carry.
And it is showcasing the power of Emilio, right? In that
Yeah.
2v2, obviously a lot stronger than the Blitz or the Recon. And it is going to allow Gala to be way more aggressive, right? You get the additional range with the W, you have the safety and the move speed from the E, and you have that cleanse that is so valuable that is going to be there with the ulti to be able to answer what Keria is going to do. And it's also allowed Gala to play Ghost when generally against Renata, you always have to play
six.
Tarzan looking down here on the bottom side. Good initial damage. Nice pullback on the shockwave. Guma still standing for now. The bailout will buy enough time for them to get one kill back. Tarzan still standing, and that means Guma will fall. LNG find an angle on bottom side, but here comes the hostile takeover.
Whoa!
Knocking two, but the tower, it does not fire back. Owner does not have the angle to fall upon the Gala. He will just barely be able to find a Gala now, trying to make it out to safety.
He's
T1
gonna kill
needs
him.
to get a kill back.
Yep.
In return, Gala goes up. Gala goes down, but for now he is still standing. Finding the dissonance, finding the speed up. Gala making it out, and hope sparks anew for the side of LNG.
What a
Lives.
dive there from LNG, able to pull it off and get out. You thought they were screwed as we're going to have potentially a fight here on top side. When Keria found that angle for the hostile takeover, I thought it was over for LNG on that bot side. Faker came in, but they couldn't quite finish off the kills. And Gala makes the marathon play, running out to safety.
And really big here is Keria at the onset of this play isn't actually 6. So they're able to 100-0 Guma. Tarzan is crucially able to deny the bailout.
Should have launched the fucking ult right there.
Because Faker, when he goes in for the shuffle, doesn't actually have any backup damage. There isn't enough, right? He doesn't have the items yet. He doesn't have the burst. And with the heal, Hung and Gala are able to path towards the top side and dodge Owner, who even with the flash doesn't get the wall knock into Gala.
Doesn't get the wall knock, and critically his Q missed, and that's why he really ran out of damage here. You can see, proccing that little heal on the auto there from Gala gives him the speed up with the fleet footwork, being able to kite it out, and then the dissonance from Scout gives the additional move speed to really be able to get out of there. So frustrating for T1. And it's a very slight lead, but it is that spark of hope, as you said, Drake, goes for LNG for what feels like the first time.
Oh, as we might have another return player from Tarzan.
Rinse and repeat, finding the lineup, finding the angle, instant damage coming through Felios.
No, they're good.
As well.
They're good.
If they could find the mark, but nice counter punch coming in from Guma, using the ult to stop the play, and it's Trax. Gala continuing to step up.
Careful. Be
Desperate
careful.
to get a little bit more here, but
Be
has to be careful. The
careful.
mark now coming through. Bar is
Be
good
careful.
damage. Guma wants to finish it, and he gets it. Absolutely outplayed in the 1v1. Guma finds the kill.
It's a 2v3, but T1 are on fire today.
Oh my
Guma
God.
And Keria crushing through Gala and Hong.
That was a
And just when we
1v1
thought
right
they
there.
had some hope, they take it right back away.
Wow.
We haven't discussed it yet, but Guma Yushi's playing on hit, like it's not the fella Varus. He's playing on hits. He's playing just normal AD Varus. So these longer fights are so much stronger as they're still fighting.
There's more
Now trying to make
fights.
his way out
God
to
damn.
safety. No dashes available, so
God.
steadfast presence won't do much. Faker now zooming
Oh.
in. The scoop goes a little bit wide. The knockback ready to go just in case the counter punch comes. Engage will be denied. T1 can just set their sights on the Drake. A bloody back and forth.
They push him out, sure. Tarzan gonna get away, but T1 will
Wow.
take the objective right off the back of it.
Oh, it's crazy fucking plays, man. They got
It's
red.
gonna be too little, it's gonna be too late, so it's
They
about
might
the fight.
collapse
It's
on
about
them.
anything.
On to Guma. Follow-up is there. Owner not going to connect. Zik on the backside. Hostile takeover
Oh.
is clean. And again, there's no cleanse available for Gala. It stops the play for now. Zika trying to find one. Owner surely should fall here. Still standing because of the bailout, but he will eventually die. LNG get the kill.
That is a big investment, though. Yes, they get the kill, but they lose the dragon, and Zeus is going to have this freeway with the topside turret. T1 are still looking for a player. I don't know about that.
Have to be careful. Keria and Guma continuing to back up. 3 seconds left on Guma
wave's
Yushi's
coming in.
ultimate.
There's no TPs.
Not without Ibarus, cannot one-shot the wave.
Faker's coming.
For the Hex Gate. Faker's on his way.
Ulti available for Tarzan in just a couple of seconds here. Counting down, ticking
slow.
away.
Yeah, they can't do it.
Faker gonna try to cover early ult to try to make it out safety.
Oh!
LNG linger for a bit too long, not respecting the burst, and here comes Faker. Tarzan getting shredded by the soldier. One more is gonna do it. The Emperor of Shurima finding the double.
The double kill for the king of the LCK.
Oh, boy.
Gets down to the bot lane, and
Oh
Faker
boy, Faker.
feels like he is on fire in this series. Showing up huge for T1, but LNG, They made it way too obvious. The dive was taking way too long, and look at the handshake to set it up.
Yeah, the big thing here is that you can sense the desperation from LNG. They desperately want to try and get a
Oh,
lead
man.
somewhere. But especially with Hex Gates, you need to know the timings. You have so much less time. The wave is so far up, and even
Stabbed.
with them pulling,
Ugh.
trying to
God
get
damn.
it to crash earlier, it's not enough.
Got
I mean, they were
stabbed.
down there, and they knew that their opponent saw the dive coming for, I want to say, 30-plus seconds. There was a lot of time to respond to this play. You cannot be that slow against a team this good. You have to respect their ability to react. And T1 now, 2 Dragons up, 2,000 gold in the lead, and it's a Hextech Soul that is on the table here. Plus a monstrous lead, as Zika has tried to come down to the team now multiple times, while Zeus has been farming it up, farming plates, getting a CS advantage. He's now up over 40 CS, farmed multiple plates on the top side. That is a 13, nearly 1,400 gold lead for Zeus in the 1v1. That is going to be so hard for them to answer.
And the one lead that was still there for LNG was Scout, who has still maintained the CS lead, but because of the kills, I don't think Faker is going to be substantially behind in his item finishes. Doesn't have a mythic now, but...
Push back,
Oh.
delays because of the Crown Shockwave, now pulling him back under tower. Faker keeping this
No.
one going. Trading alt for alt, not a bad deal. Again, Scout, the most fed member of the team. Both sides
God
will
damn.
walk away with their lives.
T1 now looking like they want to play towards this Herald. They have mid-prio, they have the vision,
They see
and
them.
they're going to be starting it up here. There's just no way to contest. You look at the top lane itemization, it is not even close. Zeus monstrously strong, and Zika just still trying to scrape up the gold for his first item.
Doing what they can. Kong can't even clear the vision. Gallo
Man,
one
they're
item.
so
He's doing all
fucked,
right,
dude. LNG's
but he cannot
fucked.
face check in. Tarzan
Oh,
might
you
step
can't
into
get
the
it.
area just to try to attempt to steal, but it's too little, it's too late. Again, T1, the ones dictating the pace of the game, just as it was in Game 1 and Game 2. They had to fight a little bit harder to get it this time around, but still they remain in control.
And this makes that third dragon that
Yes.
much harder because T1 are likely to save the Herald.
Look at
drop
that,
it
man.
down mid
Fuck,
lane,
look at that
prior to
economy.
That third dragon coming up here. Owner will
God
just push
damn.
Tarzan off. They'll secure the top tier 1, so they
Top.
don't even need to use the Herald. Just get a quick
Top lane's
reset.
economy.
Go down
God
towards
damn.
mid. Set up your vision through mid, down towards that dragon.
They're
Drop
so
the Herald
fucked,
on
dude.
spawn.
This
Go
is
towards
GG.
that third dragon. And LNG have got to decide with their year on
Oh,
the
boy.
line, do we contest?
And a large part of it
Now or
goes down
never,
back to the
LNG.
play that Owner made very early on. Because I think the strongest part in the early to mid game for LNG is specifically that Renekton and Sejuani combo. They literally didn't get to use it at any point because Tarzan has been on the back foot right from the get-go, allowing Zeus to play basically an isolated 1v1, which with the Jace, he's always
He's gonna
going to win.
In the darkness, coming through, the pushback on
Ah,
Zeus to
easy.
the skies,
Easy kill.
dunked down, and T1 just running the rift.
They're so fucked. They're fucked.
It's dominance from T1. This one quickly getting out of hand as Owner going to be chasing down
Oh,
Tarzan.
boy.
He's got to run. Scout pushing out that tier 1 bot, but
Zooming in.
Oh,
Ulti
boy.
goes a little bit wide, but the second half of the root on the Chain of Corruption will catch. Owner wants to keep this 1v1 going.
Oh,
Scout now
boy.
retreating. Scout now
LDB.
coming in. Stun goes in. The
Oh.
pullback nice
Cancel.
from Scout. Buying a bit more time. And now again the follow-up. The steadfast presence. And who is steadfast if not T1 in the face of elimination? 3 back-to-back clean early games as they fight against LNG.
And the only saving grace there is Faker ends up going down. Even with the
Oh,
flash
boy.
mistimed, it will end up giving over a kill to Scout, but T1, they're still going to take that play.
And right now, T1, again, the story has been
Shit.
dominance in a way that I just don't think we expected. Even if you favor T1 in the series,
I don't know why
imagine you would
Tarzan
think that
warded.
it was close, but these kind of plays
Could have just
are
ran.
T1 flexing.
And they're really big is the initial damage that Scout's able to absorb with his crown, right? That, and then the follow-up.
He's trying to
the
flash
fact
away.
That Zeus doesn't actually get to flash the shockwave. But even with that and the fact that Faker goes down, I think that T1 is still going to be able to set up again. I feel like, has this happened every single game? Like 3 Drakes? This early on is
Oh,
Tarzan.
God. Oh,
That's your side of
no.
the rift, Zeus. Back away,
wait.
Gala off to the
Okay.
side. You can root up 2. Follow
Oh,
onto
okay.
their roots. No.
Oh!
Buying a bit more time with the hostile takeover. Now they're now onto each other. They're just killing each other. LNG, the fight instantly turned to beautiful from Terrio, but Scout can't get the damage. It is not enough.
Oh, my
T1 are
God.
gonna keep the
Faker
chase
wants to
going.
kill them
Faker's gonna
all,
take the
bro.
hex. He wants to wrap behind them. Look at mid.
No,
Mid, they're going to try to get
mid's
both
pushing.
towers.
They
They'll
have
prevent
to
the
go
charge of the
back,
tier
yeah.
1 by killing it off. So they're going to push in that Herald and go for 2 towers off of the play. And off of
Oh,
the delay
my God. This is
there
a disaster,
from T1.
bro.
They get a kill. They take 2 towers. They're going to get a 3rd charge mid as well.
And they got the Hextech Drake.
Oh, and
going on as well. Soul point again at 18
oh
minutes.
my
with the
God.
Hextech Soul.
And most of these games have been about T1 being one step ahead.
This is
And now it feels
crazy.
like they're 3 steps ahead. They're getting 3 objectives for every one thing that LNG manages to fight for. And while it initially looked okay,
Wow.
a beautiful ultimate from Keria stopped that play completely. Again, no
Too
cleanse
fast.
on Gala.
Too
Took
fast
the
and too
Ghost,
strong.
wanted more mobility to stay away from champions like Poppy, but it is not paying off.
And I
It's
just
aggressive.
wanna-
I love
the
it,
gold
man.
lead right now on
Aggressive.
top lane is almost 4,000. It's like 3,500 gold in favor of Zeus.
Very aggressive.
So no one can match this Jace. So T1 can just keep
Pressure.
pressing their advantages in the
Pressure.
side lanes. And I think that's also the reason why the topside play doesn't work. T1 are very aware of where everyone of LNG is at the map at any given point.
And we have seen these kind of compositions really struggle time and time again when you don't have a lot of engage options. There's just nothing you can do when you fall behind. And that is the position that LNG are now in. So they're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to find picks. They're going to have to find a miracle. But T1 have been so bulletproof in their advancement of the game.
Down Keria overstaying. Will get cut down
No,
here. Not quite
no,
enough.
he's alive. Nope, not the much.
Can't even get the face-checking support.
Oh,
It just hurts
man.
so much for LNG. Nothing going their way.
LNG cannot get lucky, not even once. And again, now desperation strikes in the mid lane, just trying to get something back. That's Gala's Ghost gone. For LNG, every play now, every major move on the map is a gamble because T1 will always take something from you in return. So if you cannot find purchase, if you cannot find an effective fight or an angle to leverage the strength that Scout has, you could very well lose this game. And you can see desperation setting in as they go for wilder and more aggressive plays as more and more picks slip through their fingers. As Keria walks away with 50 HP on that pick.
But this is the problem. Right now as LNG, you have a losing side lane. So what you want to do is try and force an advantageous 4v4. But how are you going to force? Right? You're playing into Poppy, you're playing into Azir, you have no engage.
Owner goes in, and he goes right back out. Phase rush Poppy, nigh untouchable.
Yep, pressured him.
Ground has been popped, and T1 are starting the Baron. LNG, your year is on the line right here, right now. How do they get in?
They have to get Baron. They have to get Baron. Oh no.
Pulls them back to Baron.
Oh
Already
no.
gone. There's no fight left.
They can
and
fight
still
them.
Owner goes in, finds the knock-up on two. Zika in the back line. They're just forced to back away. But again, discipline is the story for T1. They got what they came for, and they walk away.
T1 get everything. They get the TP off Zika, they get the Baron, they're pushing down that top
They
lane,
can collapse
and they're going to be
on
able to answer mid. Maybe you lose the tier 1, but look at Keria, he's setting up for a
Hostile
play.
takeover, shockwave there. Hostile takeover, a little bit of damage here. Faker off to the side. Owner backing away. Just the tier 1 and the objective bounty taken.
This is a 5 versus 4. Zeus is just pushing in the top side of the
He
map.
got top turret.
That's their most fat member. He's not even there.
Oh boy.
And this is just dominance from T1. It's just continued to be more and more oppressive. They were a bit slow in some of those other games, taking control, steady, again, not getting
Very
over aggressive,
dominant,
but their
man.
lead is nigh insurmountable. They've got 3 Drakes in a minute. They will have Soul, and those LNG can stop them.
And it really feels like you poked the giant here. T1 have awakened in the quarterfinals. The last hope of the LCK, and it's looking like a damn good one.
This was a team that during summer, and obviously with all the circumstances, was struggling to make plays. But even before that, and this I really want to highlight, even before Faker struggled with his injury, the team was already struggling. You could tell how much difficulty they suffered from the fact that at MSI, they got beaten very one-sidedly by BLG. They were the team that was supposed to get it done after Genji got knocked out. And it really feels like, again, when we get to Worlds, T1 are just
Faker's
not the same team.
They have to respond
And
mid.
it's something that Guma talked about.
They have to
in his
respond
interviews, you
mid.
know, that time away, giving him the space to become the player that he wants to be, to become greater, as now Faker breaking in the mid lane. Again, Tarzan can fish for the pick. They might be able to find it here. Can they get Faker down? The pushback's still there. Faker trying to slide.
No, you can't
trying
kill
to
him.
glide out to safety.
You
The
can't
root is
kill
there.
him.
The damage follow-up is not, however, Keria.
Oh,
the
nice.
The handshake onto Scout. You will not take his mid laner.
Nice, Keria.
Zeus pushing down the bottom side. They can retreat back to a Hextech Soul. No answers remaining for LNG. This feels like checkmate
Fuck, man.
from T1. An incredible series that they have played. LNG have looked helpless to answer any of the plays from T1.
And it's Hextech Soul with a
Oh,
on-hit
point.
Varus, Azir with Nashers, and a monster fat Jace.
And Zeus,
No.
full confidence play. There's no
No.
reason he needs to do that. but he
Oh,
does it
boy.
anyway.
Zeus puts Zika 6
Oh!
feet under, and he's looking to seal the
That's
deal.
dirty.
Another solo kill for the 5-0-0 Jace.
That's dirty, bro.
Complete dominance. LNG no
Connecting
longer have the game in their
so
hands. They are
behind.
praying that T1 slip up, that T1 make a mistake, that T1 are overconfident. Zeus, maybe that was their opportunity on the bottom side, but Zeus makes it work anyway with his massive gold advantage.
LNG are praying, but God is on T1, and it's Faker leading the team, showing up in this series huge.
he's not. Zeus
Outplaying
is
Scout
leading.
across both game 1 and
Zeus is
2 in
MVP
that
right now.
lane.
Actually,
and really
wait.
showcasing his class.
No, it's Faker.
And it has
yeah.
been permanent. This would be the 8th
the highest KD right now.
semifinals at Worlds that Faker would advance towards. Never
6.
has he been eliminated in the quarterfinals.
6 KD.
And he clearly does not want to let that start today.
And that prestige and pedigree, when he can show up like this, when he hasn't been the center of the story for T1
God
for so
damn,
much
bro.
of the year, is just a reminder of how world-class this player is.
And coming into today, I think there was a very real fear for a lot of fans. This T1 roster has already been under so much pressure.
Oh my God,
it just
a
comes
double
with
pink.
playing for T1 as an organization, and particularly given how much they have struggled with consistency internationally when it comes to actually closing the deal. The added
They're
pressure
just giving them more
of them
gold.
possibly failing to have an LCK representative would have been the first time ever, right, that we have 4 representatives from the same
damn.
region. But T1, it doesn't
Oh,
look like the pressure's getting
man.
them whatsoever.
Feels like a victory march down the mid lane.
It's
Inhibitor
over.
knocks down. Again, T1 taking their time,
Oh,
don't
boy.
need to overcommit. They have the waves on their side. They have the soul on their side, the gold lead, every advantage they could want.
My God.
No reason to risk anything. It is slow, it is steady, it is controlled, it is massive
Oh, they can
damage.
go
Gala
in.
firing back with the Inferno multi just to generate a
Oh
little bit of
my
space, but Scout getting
God.
shuts down. Don't even need a wave, just
Oh
tearing
my
through the
God,
tower as
dude.
life bars shrink on the side of JDG, or LNG, excuse me. Hope dwindling. JDG on the minds of
Oh
T1
my
looking ahead to the
goodness.
semifinals.
What is
Zeus
happening?
just isn't missing. It's ridiculous. It's like 20 shock blasts in a row that this guy has hit. He's monster fed, and he is just having them downloaded.
Oh,
into down
boy.
the walls.
Zeus firing up with so much damage.
What are they doing? What are they doing? Uh-oh, Faker time. Oh, it's over.
And it's the God of Thunder. He loves his lightning champions, and Jace was
They
always
want
his
to
most
kill his
iconic.
ass.
And in this final game, Zeus shows
Oh,
why
yes.
he still pulls it out.
Don't end yet.
Final push now, LNG.
Kill
one
them
last
first.
desperate
Kill
hold.
them all.
But they've got nothing left. And even as every other LCK team falls away, Faker stays standing.
Yes,
T1
baby. Yes.
stays
3-0.
standing. The last light of the LCK burns bright, and Busan as they head to the semifinals.
And what a setup.
Let's go.
For semis, this is
3-0.
because I had faith in T1 coming into this series, but I thought that this was going to be a hard-fought battle. But T1, they
Can't
threw
do anything.
a bunch of curveballs at LNG, and they just weren't able to find a consistent response.
It looks
Very,
so
very
difficult
good.
to answer T1 in draft. They were on point with the drafts. They were on point with the play. They may be the last remaining team from the LCK, but damn, is it a good one. This team was on fire, absolutely obliterating LNG. And LNG, may I remind you, that went 13 out of 13 possible games against JDG, that played them closer than anyone in the LPL, that many people, myself included, had ranked as the second best team from the LPL, and T1 made it look easy.
Well
T1
done.
did, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Faker arriving just in time to prevent the bot lane dive and securing himself a double kill. I mean, you look at this game, an incredible
damn.
set of plays. We take a look back at this one.
And coming in, right, you know how much it would have meant for Scout if he was able to get the win here. But unfortunately in this one, not going to be the case. Faker with the timing, able to keep his bot lane alive, and I think that this really showcased
The
the
stab.
desperation of LNG in this series. This is a team that was known for their control, their ability to pick fights. But today, we didn't get to see that.
And obviously condolences to LNG. Can't be happy with that performance.
did it.
We're not able to
Yes.
withstand the sheer quantity of bot lane adaptations, the aggressive maneuvers in Game 3 from Owner especially to shut down Tarzan. And on the day T1 showed up, and not only T1 again, Faker, everyone's going to be excited about Faker
Well done.
always, but him dominating and dismantling Scout in this manner gets everybody hyped up for this JDG series.
Scout was on fire throughout summer, throughout
man.
most of the Swiss stage as well. And I was
was
thinking if there
beautiful.
was going to be that
The T1,
massive
bro.
advantage
Beautiful.
for LNG, it would be in the mid lane. But it was Faker in games 1
3-0,
and 2
man.
that made such a massive difference. You know, beating
God
Scout
damn.
in that 1v1 and Zeus in this final game. It's a masterclass on the
damn.
Jace. Got ahead early. The mistimed gank there from Zika and Tarzan. Tarzan getting solo killed. Owner taking him down. And then once Zeus had that flash advantage, he just never let go of that advantage, slammed it home. And in that late game, it was absolute dominance. I mean, he ends the game 6.7 thousand gold ahead of where the Renekton was.
And coming into today, I thought that the jungle matchup was going to be pivotal. I did not expect it to be this one-sided, because I do truly think that as good as Owner played, we also saw some of the continued struggles of Tarzan when it comes to these high-pressure situations, and particularly against T1. It's not the first time that we've seen this player have such a rough one.
And I think people are going to be so ridiculously excited for T1 JDG. The draft
yeah.
preparations from
Rhea's
JDG
happy,
are
bro.
going to have to be immaculate because
Rhea
I don't know
is
if there's
happy
really
as fuck
anyone you
right
can
now.
practice against that can replicate what Guma and Carrier were doing in the bot lane, the creativity that they brought out, the way that they executed on that to dominate. It pushed Hong onto an enchanter, and that meant they had no engage in that final game. They had no recourse once they fell down, but it felt like they were painted into the corner.
Well, and I think overall, ultimately, as Busan goes absolutely nuts, there's just this level of creativity that you hear about in scrims every year at Worlds that never makes it to stage. T1 are the team that brought it to stage today, that make it look good, and now all your draft planning has to factor in these extra things. Can we ever pick Kai'Sa against a team that is willing to pick Senna, that has shown that they can shut
They
it down?
have no answer.
The puzzle, the equation for JDG gets so much more complicated.
And to be fair, at MSI, I thought that JDG T1 series was my favorite series of the tournament. Like, the level of play was absolutely ridiculous. And I love that we get a rematch.
I can't wait to see it, but for now, let's send it down to the stage for an interview with Faker and Gumayusi with translation provided by Jisung.
Wow. Just amazing.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Faker and Gumayusi on the side of T1. Congratulations on the win.
페이커 선수 LNG를 3대 0으로 잡아내고 4강
Faker,
진출에 성공하셨습니다.
you just 3-0 LNG. How do you feel?
조금 어느 정도 생각했었는데 그래도
I had a bit of a feeling that we were going to get 3-0 today, and I think our performance was also on a decent level, so I'm really happy
Decent
with my
level.
team's performance and our team play.
level.
What about you, Gumayusi?
저희밖에 안 남았어가지고
We were the only team
생각하고 왔는데
survive
3대 0으로
from the LCK, so I was like, we have to win this, and then
Decent.
eventually we got a 3-0 win, so it feels
Sky,
amazing.
bro.
선수가 말씀 주신 것처럼 이번 월드
Faker, just like Gumayusi just mentioned,
희망이 T1이
all
오늘의
3 other
damn.
LCK teams got eliminated already, so you guys were the last hope of the LCK. Did you feel any extra pressure about this? I saw you meditating before the match started.
가능하면 그냥 최대한 경기에만 집중하려고 하기 때문에
I always try to just focus on the match itself only.
상관하지 않고 있었어요.
So I try my best not to care about the given situations. I only focus on the game.
바텀에서 메타픽이 아닌 닐라 세나.
Gumayusi, today we were able to see a lot of unorthodox picks on the bottom lane. Nilla Senna duo and then Varus Ashcomp as well. It looks like you guys are prioritizing the laning phase a lot.
많이 맞추다 보니까 좀
Me and Kyria together performed together for such a long time, so we had a lot of options to opt into.
뭔가 정해져
Right now,
있는 느낌인 것 같은데
I don't think we have a set meta at the moment. So we are going to be the trailblazer of the meta, and I'm sure that our choices are correct.
오늘 용 하나도 내주지 않고 완벽한 승리를 거둬내셨습니다.
And T1 did not lose a single Drake in the series. And with this win, Faker, you are keeping your undefeated record up against LPL teams at Worlds in a best-of-5 series and best-of-3 series. What do you think about that?
그런 기록이 있어서
Well, I mean,
기대를 하셨을 것 같은데 저는 그런 기록은
maybe that's why also all the fans were expecting more and had high hopes about it. But I don't care about the records and numbers. I just want to focus on how hard we prepare. What about you, Gumayusi? T1, they don't lose the LPL.
좋습니다. 이렇게 미리 답변.
Wonderful.
이제 4강에 3
Now,
LCK가 올라가게
heading
됐습니다.
on to the semifinals, we have 3 LPL teams and 1 last
man.
LCK team. And you are going up against JDG, another rematch between you and Ruler.
MSI의 빛을 좀
Oh,
갚아주고
yeah.
싶고요.
You know,
작년 4강
Ruler has some debts from the MSI, and also I
Oh
want
my
to make sure
God.
that he gets to recall some of the memories from last year.
한 말씀 해주세요.
I'm pretty sure Ruler is watching this interview right now. Anything you want to say to him?
룰러 선수
Ruler.
아시안 금메달 축하드리고요.
Congratulations on the gold medal from the Asian Games. So I will win the Worlds.
네, 페이커 선수도 이
What about you, Faker?
대결에서 가장 중요한 포인트 뭐라고
What do you think is the most important part heading into the JDG series in the semifinals?
진동 같은 경우에 제가 스위스 스테이지에서도 항상 좀 빨리 만나고 싶다라고 생각을
I always mention, even in the Swiss stage, that I really want to go up against JDG as soon as possible. I just want to have a great game together. And I am confident that T1 can win up against JDG. So we will just do as we normally do to prepare for the series and do our best on stage.
이런 이야기 해.
Gumayusi, you once mentioned that you and Keria are the strongest bottom duo at Worlds. What is your mindset for semifinals?
열심히 준비해서 4강 징동전
We will do our best during the preparation to do our best, and show the best at semifinals. And I'll see you guys at Seoul.
기대하도록 하겠고요. 마지막으로 페이커 선수 정말 맘졸이면
Lastly, Faker.
LCK 팬분들께 LCK의
All the LCK fans were so desperate to see T1 win today. Anything you want to say to the fans?
깔끔하게 승리했는데 앞으로 있을 경기
We were able to get a very clean win today at quarterfinals. We will make sure to repeat this at the semifinals as well. Thank you so much for your support.
여기까지가 T1의
And that was the interview from Faker Gumayusi after their victory up
man.
against LNG today. And we're going to wrap up the interview translation. Thank you.
They are very loud. They've been loud all day. I think they've been keeping it in for 3 days. And then today they just got to scream for not even 3 hours straight because it was faster than that, but absolute domination. Guma a little bit more cheeky than Faker there. Faker there, he took it seriously and all that. And Guma saying, well, we don't lose to the LPL. So
I'm just so glad we got to be here in this audience to experience it, because you could feel it. The whole country is giving all their power to T1, and man, did they slam.
it's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about how instrumental Faker has been to this team and his international performances, never finishing lower than the semifinal. That's some people's career highs, to steal something that my friend just tweeted. Another thing I really liked from that interview, though, is Faker touching upon how he was like, we are going to dictate the pace of the meta from now on, right? We believed in our picks, we think they're really good, and we are going to dictate this pace. And I feel like we saw that through all of their games, especially their Aphelios answers, because there were so many ranged answers for what Aphelios wants to do. It not only did LNG play poorly, but I thought T1 drafted super well on red side all 3 times, and then additionally had incredible early game plans for their drafts.
And I think it's the coolest thing, the fact that we got to see the Neela Senna come out when you think, oh, okay, we're going for the Tam Kench. The Renata was still able to come out, and even though we got the answer of the Melio, it didn't matter in the long run. I think T1 have a really, really good grasp of this. And when we started off the top of the day, we're like, why does the LPL look so good? We're like, well, these teams seem to have a better grasp of what's coming into the meta, but instead, it's actually T1 that are catching LNG off guard.
It is so satisfying to see teams change up the meta. When people get bored of the same stuff getting picked over and over and over, and everyone's going, blue side so OP, blue side 80+% win rate, and T1 slam it, and they use counter pick so effectively. And Guma said it best on stage when he's talking about, me and Keria have been together for so long, we have so many options. I'm very excited to see what they're going to do for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, someone who played extremely well as well was played phenomenally was Owner. He's our Oppo player of the series, and especially in terms of the story that we touched on earlier, Emily, in terms of the fact that he's not been having the best year, and you saw that he was the one who suffered the most when Faker wasn't there to have such a statement series today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing with Owner is when I talk about the early game plans they had around these drafts, Owner is at the forefront of that. Like these level ones they had, the invade that I'm sure we're gonna see upcoming with the Poppy onto Tarzan.
Yeah.
Like he completely kept Tarzan out of these games right here. This was so smart from him after Tarzan blows everything. Going back in, sorry, I'm losing my voice, it's all right, to kill him. And then it can't be understated how like poor he looked throughout a lot of summer. Like he really, really looked lost. So to see him come and make such a statement performance today is so good for T1 going forward.
I think that's actually probably the biggest part because it was hard to choose today. Zeus slammed, Faker slammed, Guma and Keria both slammed, but the lowest expectations were on Owner because he has been so unreliable for this team. And he showed up and he also slammed. So
he did.
He gets extra credit.
Very nice to know, indeed. Also that flash when Keria flashed, I think it was like at the end of the game because Faker was about to die, and it was all working out, everything. We'll see if it keeps going. Let's take a look at the bracket because T1 is still in a difficult position. They only have LPL teams left in the bracket, and they have the most formidable one of all in JDG next up.
I know, but the thing was, LNG took JDG the distance every single time they faced up. Now, I think this was a disappointing performance from LNG, but if you're T1, you're going to be riding off the back of this going, we're going to take on the world, and if I'm JDG, I'm going to be worried about that.
They're taking on the world. They're just taking on the LPL. The world is the LPL at this point, and T1 are going to go through all the top teams if they want to win.
If they want to win, we're standing by for an interview with Keria in just a little bit. And a lot of people tweeted a lot of this, but Jat in particular had a great tweet where he said, 8 Worlds for Faker, 8 semifinals, never lost a best of 5 to the LPL at Worlds, in 8 World Championships, and all the teams left are LPL teams. I mean, you gotta dream. You gotta dare to dream when it comes to it. And you can see that it all comes down to the performance of the day, you know?
Well, and also the stage is set, right? Because of all the narratives we talked about around this T1 team. I know everyone hates that word, but like honestly, like this team, they came out and they said, you know, some of their players have said this is the last time we might be together as a roster. We talked about how this roster has come like so close to only fall short at the finish line at international events, and how that's kind of colored their dominance that they've had over the past few years. And so now the stage is set, 3 LPL teams, T1, the lone LCK team, on home soil in Korea. It would mean so much for this team to continue forward in this tournament.
But also, if you get the fact that T1 takes down JDG, you have BLG on the opposite side, they've taken down Genji, and then they meet for that MSI rematch. I mean, we got this already coming through, like T1 manhandled BLG at Worlds so far. So that could be such an incredible series if T1 are able to go the distance and Weibo don't fall to BLG.
Yeah, it should be kind of the key. Have you improved enough specifically over the LPL since MSI to, I mean, the stage is set perfectly if you believe that you have done that. I was amiss. It wasn't Keria, it's Gumiyushi that is setting up with Jisun and with Lore in just a little bit, and we can talk about that. He's going to be facing Ruler. He brought it up in the stage interview already in terms of last year. I hope you remember. We're going to ignore MSI for a bit. But it's true. It's going to be such a formidable AD carry matchup as well.
Especially when you look at the drafts that we've seen going into that bot lane at the moment. Like, we got the Ashe Varus coming out. I mean, the Varus was incredible over the entire course of this. We got the Neela coming through. It even feels like they've got more in the tank, which I'm excited to try and find. It feels like the T1 bot lane are kind of putting a stake as the best bot lane in the tournament right now, especially after a performance like that. And when you're going up against Ruler and Missing, that's really going to decide if they're able to take that mantle for this tournament.
Personally, my favorite tournaments are always the ones where you do have those secret picks held till deep in the tournament. You know, everybody remembers SKT and Rox Tigers and the evolution of the support counter picks and the Zyra support coming out and then the Misfortune counter pick coming to it. Those types of things, the creative way that they can get an advantage towards the very end of a tournament and kind of hold it close that deep into a tournament is what is so exciting. And that's what this T1 team is doing. They're so flexible. They have so many options.
Yeah. The interview is ready, so Laura and Ji-sun are standing by backstage with Gumayushi. It's not ready yet. That's the second time I've been hoodwinked.
All right, well, I have something to say on Kobe's point, so it's fine.
Oh, it is ready. Are you trolling me, production, or is it ready? Are they standing by in the post-game interview?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sharks. We're back here in the interview area with Gumayushi, AD carry of T1. Thank you so much for joining
안녕하세요.
me. 안녕하세요. 축하드립니다. And congrats to making it to semifinals. I want to mention what happened this week for the LCK. As you were the last bastion of hope representing the LCK here at Worlds, what was your reaction seeing all the teams falling one by one and coming into today knowing that you were the last hope for the region?
우선 가장 먼저 이번 주에 LCK에 일어났던 일들에서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 사실은 이제 지켜보시면서 정말 매판마다 LCK 팀들이 탈락하는 걸 지켜보시면서 어떤 마음이 드셨는지, 그리고 그렇기 때문에 우리가 마지막 희망이다라는 걸 알고 오늘 경기 임하셨는데 좀 어떠셨나요?
일단 젠지 대진표를 보고 나서 젠지와 결승에서 만나고 싶지는 않다 이런 생각을 했었는데 8강에서 이제 LCK 모든 팀들이 떨어질 거라고는 생각을 못 해가지고 조금 당황스러웠지만 저희한테는 어떻게 보면은 좀 더 주목받을 수 있는 기회일 수도 있겠다라고 생각을 해가지고 오늘 꼭 이기고 싶다라는 마인드로 준비해왔던 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, looking at the bracket when it was decided, I was like, I don't want to go up against Genji at finals. And then I was not expecting to see all the other LCK teams getting eliminated in quarters. So I was pretty much flustered. But at the same time, I took it as maybe we can be under the spotlight, you know? Maybe we can get more attention. So I did not want to lose this series, and I'm so happy that we were able to get the win.
And I think it makes sense with the approach you have with the meta so far. And you said on stage that you were the leaders here at Worlds when it comes to understanding the game and how to approach the drafts. And I know that T1 often was criticized for their drafts in international events in the past. Is there anything you've been doing differently this time in the way you prepped, scrims, training and everything compared to the previous international events that you've been playing?
그리고 방금 전 무대 인터뷰에서도 T1이 이제 메타를 좀 개척해 나가는 그런 입장이 될 것이다라고 말씀해 주셨는데요. 오늘도 좀 다양한 픽을 많이 보여주셨습니다. 사실은 이전 국제 대회에서는 T1이 국제 대회에서 준비해온 뱀픽 전략 같은 게 좀 아쉽다라는 비판을 듣기도 했는데 이번 월즈는 그럼 준비 과정이나 스크림, 뭐 훈련 과정에서 좀 다른 식으로 가져온 게 있을까요?
그냥 이번 메타가 좀 원딜들이 그냥 다 밸런스가 일정한 것 같아가지고 여러 픽들이 다 나올 수 있었던 것 같고 저희가 워낙에 지금까지 같이 해오면서 해온 바텀 픽들이 많았기 때문에 그런 데이터들을 이용해가지고 여러 픽들을 시도해보고 이제 실전으로 대입했던 것 같습니다.
I think right now, Royals meta, especially on the bottom lane, I think all the AD carry picks are pretty much balanced and even, so we have a lot of options available. We can try many different stuff. And also, me and Carria, we have been performing together for such a long time. So that means we already tried a lot of different duos on the bottom lane. So we were able to try something more, cook something more in the practice games. And then we were able to also give it a shot on a competitive match.
And taking a step back, I want to mention the documentary that T1 released this week about you, your career, your past. We knew that your older brother was a pro player as well, but it feels like esports run through your blood in general, with your father also being a video games player. What does it mean to you to be the last representative of the LCK here at Worlds in Korea, but also following the legacy of your family, representing them in the international stage?
그리고 이제 최근에 공개됐던 T1 구마유시 선수의 다큐멘터리에서 보니까 이제 형분께서도 프로게이머로 활동하셨고 또 아버지께서도 게임을 즐겨 하신 걸로 드러났는데 구마유시의 피해는 정말 e스포츠가 흐르는 것 같습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이번 월즈에 또 LCK 마지막 남은 대표 팀일 뿐만 아니라 또 이제 가족들의 그런 e스포츠적인 유산을 이어간다는 의미에서 마지막 남은 LCK 팀으로서 지금 각오가 어떠신가요?
이제 또 한국 땅에서 열리는 월즈인데 결승에서 이제 LPL 대전이 나오면은 많은 한국 팬들이 슬퍼할 것 같아서 저희가 꼭 결승에 가서 우승을 해야겠다는 생각이 있습니다.
So Worlds right now is in Korea, and I'm pretty sure our fans are going to be so sad to see LPL versus LPL at finals. So I want to promise that we're going to make it to the finals and make our fans happy and win it all.
And next step, JDG, you versus Ruler. You said that you are the best bot lane at Worlds right now. Can you tell our viewers why T1 should be feared in semifinals against JDG?
그럼 말씀하신 것처럼 결승에 가시려면 이제 다음 매치 4강전에서 JDG를 잡아야 하는데요. 또 룰러 선수와의 리매치잖아요. 이제 구마유시 선수가 굉장히 자신 있게 우리가 세계 최고 바텀 듀오다라고 말씀하신 만큼 T1의 바텀 듀오를 두려워해야 되는 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
저희는 아직 꺼내지 않은 픽들이 많습니다.
We have so many more picks to unfold.
It's going to be interesting to watch. Thank you so much. 인터뷰 감사합니다. 구마유시. Thank you so much, Jisun, as well. And Shucks, over to you.
Thank you so much. Incredible work, Jisun and Laura. As always, lovely to hear from Gumayushi. I love it. I mean, Kobe said it already, but in terms of kind of just like, no, we're going to dictate the meta.
Yep.
Whatever that may look like. What
Darren
makes
Yumi,
us...
you down?
Sure.
No, actually.
I'd
rather Varus Ash.
We were setting up for the interview, so Emily, maybe I'll give this to you. LNG, I think, just as a send-off, as we do for every team that gets knocked out. To me, very disappointing because this is, this isn't how they usually play, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely got, like, absolutely attacked in draft. Like, I don't think they really had an answer for these red side drafts coming out from T1. I do also think we did see some uncharacteristically sloppy misplays from them. Like, we do know that LNG is technically a slower paced team when compared to other LPL teams, but in particular, Scout and Tarzan really underperformed today. They had a lot of like individual mistakes that we are absolutely not used to seeing from these players. Scout in particular has been so lights out this summer that it is really unfortunate to see them come out and have this poor of a performance.
And I think as well, even looking at the bottom side of the map, it's kind of heartbreaking to see for a guy like Gala, where he's got some of these very unique picks like the Kaisa, but he's also a massive Ziggs player.
Yep.
And like things that you could try and do to combat that bot side, we never really got to see. It felt like LNG never just took to the rift. And I think the only real like silver lining there was like Zik in the top lane, who's supposed to be the the guy who's not actually got the experience, was the one that actually kind of showed up on the day and did his at least somewhat of a job against Zeus in the top lane.
Yeah, it was really rough to watch because you feel for the players in those moments when some of those unforced errors are coming through. They're the ones that are hardest on themselves, and you know they're going to get so much flack for it on the biggest stage for that to happen. That's what I feel the most.
So many levels to it. Like Gala usually at MSI lights out Worlds, and then Scout last year versus Zeka, versus someone who arguably had, a career high performance, obviously, but he got haunted by what followed him after that. Can he do it in those important stages? And he played so well this entire year and all of Worlds until this series. It's heartbreaking, but you don't win Worlds if you don't show up every single day.
That's the thing. Sometimes the memory is just the last performance that you had. And when it was Zeka Worlds last year, Anna was now failing miserably, let's be honest, against Faker here today. It does feel like that's what, history is going to be recorded.
Day belongs to the victors.
I mean, that's why it means so much to win Worlds. It is so incredibly hard. You have to be the very best right now.
Yes, you do. And with that, we're going to sign off for today. We'll be back in a few days for the semifinals here live from Busan as well. Thank you for watching. T1 as the last remaining LCK team against the 3 LPL teams in the bracket. The stage is set for them, but it might just be the LPL as well. Let's see. That will do it for us and the World's quarterfinals for 2023. We'll be back here on Saturday with the first semifinal between Bilibili Gaming and Weibo Gaming from the LPL. Goodbye.
감사합니다.
Scout on the flank, however, going to look for the shove. Is going to manage to catch only Zeus in the meantime. Baker still standing strong. Shockwave getting good damage down. T1 quick to force the fight. The Herald still connects. Now Baker going to be in trouble, but again, there's no follow-up damage here. Orianna just sitting pretty. Thank you very much, Tarzan. That was terrible. And now what the hell? T1! They're living rent-free in the heads of LNG. Dragon Soul stolen, and now it's Gumayushi looking to tear through the entire team, taking down so many members on the side of LNG. Healing as well. Can he find a target? He's going to flash back under the tower. Shock blast there. Faker making it out to safety. Scout looking to follow up the healing now, coming in, trying to find the 1-for-1, but Scout will stand strong. But Gala forced to safety. Shock rooms stacked. Zeus can't find the angle, but the shutdown coming through for Faker. T1 taking the fight anyway. Scout
given to the Aatrox as tribute, and now Gala's in trouble. T1 coming alive. They see the window of opportunity. They see the weakness in the armor of LNG, and they tear it asunder.
Both sides squaring up with the big old goal up here. Flash in, wall bang, first blood. Owner living up to his name. Continuing to step up, desperate to get a little bit more here, but has to be careful. The mark now coming through. Bar is good damage. Guma wants to finish it, and he gets it. Absolutely outplayed. Faker gonna try to cover early ult to try to make it out safety. T1 backing off, and they're gonna kill. LNG lingered for a bit too long. And even as every other LCK team falls away, Faker stays standing. T1 stays standing. The last light of the LCK burns bright, and Busan is ahead to the semifinals.
Oh man. Ugh. So happy right now, dude. Semifinals.